Okay, so I'm hoping that we're good. I'm gonna double check things on my phone to make sure that it's come up with Discord there. Does it have it on Discord for today, or did I have? I have a bit of a. There is an event. Good. I'm just making sure before we get into this. Sup Shredders! My name is Logan, aka Spiderhands, and welcome to an SB Livestreams, where today we got ourselves the 16th album from an act named Jay Chou, titled, if I understand correctly, Children of the Sun. And if we switch over to here, I'm assuming that I've got the right latency here, actually, for this. This is potentially a little bit late in the game to be figuring this out, mind you. I'm pretty sure. Stream settings. What latency did I choose? Low latency. Oh, low latency. Okay, it'll be fine. Oh, okay. Chose low latency. That's all right. That's okay. So I've chosen low latency with this one just in case there's any issues with people's streams loaded. In case you are wanting subtitles, there will be subtitles in the post live stream version of this. There's just quite a bit of delay for live streams when we do use subtitles, and sometimes the auto captions aren't particularly accurate anyways, but YouTube does add them to the live streams post live, so they're there if you want them. Sup, let y'all sell. Welcome to the live stream, hopefully you're well. Yeah, today we're going to be reviewing all of these tracks. All 13 of these songs. I want to sort of note a couple of things before we get into it. The very first thing here is that I'm going to be listening through each of these tracks, and then I'll be responding to people in chat. Sometimes when I do music reviews, I will get distracted because I start to respond halfway through and I kind of miss things. So with this album specifically, as well as other albums that I do in future, I want to really just sort of focus on the album that I'm listening to and then go back to chat afterwards so that I don't miss anything. So for example, this first song, which I understand to be Children of the Sun, I'll be listening to this in full, so that'll be fine. I've already done a single track review of that, but I'll be listening through again that track again today, just the audio version, as well as Sicily and so on and so forth. And so I'll listen through it, then I'll provide an analysis of it, and then I will then go from there, and I'll just simply talk to people if they want to chat about anything. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. We've got the prompt up there. What is your favorite track from this album? If you have a favorite track, feel free to let me know. If you don't, let me know. But yeah, hopefully this live stream works. It shouldn't be an issue. I've done them previously in the past. We're just going to get into it, I suppose. We're just going to get into it. We're on time. We'll give it another 30 seconds or so. Also, shout out to Jay Chou if they see this. I think Jay Chou actually did check out my review that I did of Children of the Sun, the original track. I saw that on Instagram. Thanks to those of you who shared that with me. That was kind of dope. But it should be good to listen through more of his music. I've heard some interesting things from people who have listened through it, so it'll be good. Get that art up on the screen there. Can you guys can see me there as well. That's cool. We're just going to get started with the first track here, titled, what's it called? Titled Children of the Sun. Let's do it. Let's go. Got the lyrics up there for you guys that want it. Beautiful arrangement with this track. I really do enjoy it. Great use of riser as well for a bit of tension. And those guitars are fantastic as well, I dig those. It's a very different experience listening to this by itself as opposed to the video, but I do enjoy it. I didn't hear the turntablism in the original version. It's kind of neat, all these different layers and sub layers within the production. Very new metal, like the early 2000s with this one, eh? Really simple harmony, at least from like a guitar perspective. The strings elevated. Sick breakdown, dude. Sorry to interrupt. This is probably going to be my favorite song off the album, if for nothing but the fact that I really love my rock and metal. And with previous tracks from Jay Chou, I've heard him do some rock and kind of harder stuff, but just being unflinching in our use of those breakdown elements of like the halftime parts, it's just very well done within the style. And it really just sort of showed to me that Jay Chou, especially again, being the first track off of one of his albums, I imagine would have been an interesting choice for people. And back to that riff. And that riser coming up. Hell yeah. No, honestly, that's one of my favorite tracks off of it. For sure. Really good song. So in each of these post-track sections, I'm going to provide an overall song analysis from everything from like the vocal performance, I suppose, 'cause I'm not native in the language. Maybe you guys watching this can help me sort of like understand what some of these tracks are about. I mean, granted, I've already reviewed Children of the Sun, track number 1, so I have an understanding of what that's about. But it's just I'm gonna sort of talk more, I suppose, about the vocal performance all the way through to the studio production, as well as any applicable constructive critique. And then finally, my general thoughts from a listener's perspective. Well, that's more sort of at the end there. If there's anything that pops out to me in terms of like any sort of constructive stuff, I'll mention it. But I think at least within this first track, it's very, very good. So I suppose what I could do in terms of what I think this song is about is go by Children of the Sun. I mean, the vampirism thing, I think that they had, as well as Van Gogh, if I'm not mistaken, was the painter in that Jay Chou was talking to inside the music video. I think that just outside of what I think the track's about, actually, I'll just focus on the vocals because I'm not sure of the story of all of these. It's not fair to give one track precedence over the rest. Gonna have some water because what I'm trying to do is also pace myself. A little bit of coffee per song, a little bit of water per song, just sort of keep going over 2.5 hours. Because it's probably about 10 minutes a track. So you're going to be in here for a bit, for a movie if you're watching this. I think the vocal performance from Jay here was great. Very comfortable in the hidden chest voice. I liked the softness of some of their vocal takes in the verse parts. I think the fact that we came up in the choruses there with a bit of vocal fry occasionally was neat. We harmonized neatly with the surrounding elements. I think we also... No, that's the next track there. We had some rapping in some parts as well, and it was in this kind of typical double-tracked way that he does it, where it's not too aggressive, but it has a nice sort of rhythmic cadence to it. And effectively, again, a lot of the tracks in the style of new metal, kind of metal, they have the rapping and they have the clean sung vocals. And even though we have some falsettos or higher notes as well, I think that Jay hits as well, which is good. And then there's one part, if I remember correctly, where he does sort of rise in his range. But I think he's just trying to sort of like carry himself effectively, maintain presence within a piece that's got quite a lot going on there structurally, instrumentally there. But yeah, honestly, a good start to proceedings there. It's a 4-minute 57 track, which is quite long. You know, got a mixture of different verses and choruses and instrumental parts. I think there's a breakdown as well. There was that intro section at the start, where again it was the sound of the woodwinds there, and it was very intense and sort of like creates an interesting environment and atmosphere there. I like where he is trying to, what he's trying to do is insinuate a mood for the album through that first piece. And even though it's quite different to what you've got within the kind of heavier distorted guitar, drum bass elements, I think nonetheless it does tie in because of the mystique and mystery around it. I think if it was too cautious about its approach, I mean, you've also got the fun, in my opinion, of going to those heavier kind of chug-chug riffs, which ironically were less harmonically complex than the intro there. It's kind of catchy in a weird way, I suppose. But just, it's like the pulse of the double bass there, you know, the use of the plucks of the strings. You have that brass there, it's kind of mourning things. You have the kind of fingerstyle fast playing on the lute or the other stringed instrument there. It's got this kind of exotic sort of flamenco flair to it. And it's just, it's trying to let you know that we're mourning something, which I think makes more sense when you watch the video itself. But it's just so unapologetic when you get into that main distorted guitar riff there. I love that we're not just rolling with power chords the entire time with the rhythmic section. I think it's really neat to have the notes kind of explore the fretboard a little bit for us to work within our minors and majors. Although it's predominantly minor, I think the string parts do kind of articulate some of the major triad notes in the chorus sections quite neatly. But the strings also do well to reflect a lot of the modes that are put forward through the different sections, you know. You know, they're so gentle and lush with the dynamic range of the piece there. And everything is so sensitive and well-tempered. You've got, I think if this track had been too squeezed from a production perspective, it would have sort of killed the mood of that part there. It's just what you have when you have a track with a commercial sort of like a, commercial grade studio production. But outside of the guitar parts that you have there with like seamless transfers, and it's both bearing in mind the orchestral part, as you guys heard, it was that first 30 seconds there. I think we have enough range within the guitar elements there, even though a lot of it is power chord, or the bass being very sort of nicely tuned and low and sort of being supportive of the root notes on the guitars. It's really the drums which are a personal highlight for me within this piece. I love the way that they're put forward. With a variety of different double kick patterns. They're really comfortable with our 16 or 30 seconds even in particular parts there. Some great sort of crescendoed snare and tom parts. We explore the full drum kit there. And I just think if we try to be a bit more gentle with the percussion in that part, it might have just seemed a little bit like we were being a little bit too cautious with it. I like the turntablism behind it. I know that this isn't the first time Jay Chou has included sort of like chopping and, like that kind of stuff. But I dig that we're putting in there as a sub-led. It both sort of incorporate a connection, I think, to a lot of our maybe early 2000s influences, as well as simply being a great sort of sub-rhythmic device there outside of a lot of the ambient and syncopated parts that the drums are doing there. It's just kind of like, it's an effects layer when you've already got enough sort of like focus directed sort of chord progressions and bass lines and drum parts there. And it's a sometimes thing as well that, to be fair, goes really well underneath that sub-lead. And those unison notes with the slide guitar parts that we have there. I think working with a wah pedal, if I'm not mistaken, could be wrong, but plenty of delay and reverb tails. It's just really lush sounding with the way that things are positioned within the frequency spectrum as well. The lows, mids, and highs are well catered for, and yeah, the pulse to the bass is it's just great, I think the use of the rises that we had going into the intro guitar parts and the other parts of the song are good just for a sense of gravitas there. Really letting the listener know, hey, we're moving into this part next, you should be preparing for that. And the sub drops we have before some of the choruses as well are really neat. It really does kind of hit home in that heavier section there. I think that if we'd been a bit more sort of like aggressive with our vocal style there, it might not necessarily been Jay Chou for Jay Chou's sake, but also I just feel like ironically it's the kind of softness of his voice in comparison to some of the harsher layers that allows for a more expansive tonal palette that does sort of really appeal to me personally. But you just compare the two. And I genuinely feel the production, because I'll talk about the production in a moment, I'm very happy with the way things are mixed and mastered in post. I've heard some people say they're not as happy with it. And I haven't been checking chat, because at the moment I'm just trying to listen to the track and then give my feedback and then talk to people who have got questions about stuff. I've heard some people talking about the studio production being a bit hit and misses, at least with the YouTube stuff. I can really appreciate the intricacies in this one. Things seem relatively well leveled for me. I'm using headphones that are very unforgiving with that sort of thing. Just the quietness of those plucked sort of pizzicato parts, just the quickness of those, it's just great to have that, man. So thematically, I think going with the minor leaning there connects it somewhat to the orchestral elements at the beginning of the piece. I think we are going through a struggle, a sense of turmoil is ensuing, but at the same time, I think the strings, as I mentioned in the song review that I did, are more sort of leaning towards trying to find a higher power, I hope. Having the major elements in that upper layer really just let the listener know, we're reaching towards something, but at the same time, I think the heaviness of the lower element guitar part, especially with distorted sort of power chords and minor scales, it does sort of let the listener know, okay, we might be trying to reach for something, but we're sort of struggling at the bottom until we get there. We're trying to fight our way through it. And I think the heaviness generally, the guitar tones, the use of turntables and the synthetic elements, etc., that sort of intensity is valid considering the subject matter, I am presumed to know. So ultimately, I think, again, you had that starting point of the track, which is it was quite different to the rest. But it's still very, very good. I think it's deliberate. It's nice to have things kind of chapterized there. And I think ultimately you get a good listening experience, for me personally at least. I think that with the video, they were just trying to have more fun with the video and a longer form factor. I don't think there's any filler within this 4 minutes 57. And I don't personally feel that there's a note out of place, so I can understand that people who are more familiar with Jay Chou's work might not necessarily appreciate the style, as it is typically a thing in a lot of albums that I reviewed from Jay Chou where the stuff isn't necessarily as popular. they like is more sort of like R&B-ish kind of element and stuff and things like that. But it's just definitely Jay pushing the boundaries. Studio production, recording, mixing, and mastering. I'm very happy with the way that things were leveled within the frequency spectrum and stereo field. Music surrounded you in the headphones, especially at the beginning with all those woodwind, the double bass and the low end being nice and sort of like pensive. You just had things kind of soar and sort of waft around the place until things really kind of smack you in the face with the mixture of guitar, bass, and drum parts. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's something that's really important, is to be able to both control a dynamic range of difference in loudness and quiet notes that you have at the start, whilst also allowing things to push the limit in near the end. It doesn't sound over compressed. I know that YouTube compresses audio quite a bit, which is why sometimes it can be difficult to have a similar enjoyable listening experience with YouTube stuff versus Spotify, etc. I am listening to this on lossless, I should note, on Spotify. Not that that's a flex, it's just I prefer having things in the best possible audio for what I'm listening to as I can within reason. It's just, you know, as a music reviewer especially, I have to give people the best shot. But things are well leveled, no weird resonant frequencies. And I think that typically Jay's vocals sound nice and present within the mix. Yep, nicely handled. Compression, reverbs, etc. Really good. Great first start to proceedings here. I'm just going to quickly have a look through the chat and then we'll move on to the track number 2. Yeah? It's great to hear you guys enjoying multiple tracks off of the album, eh? I do agree that the guitars are euphoria for sure. I do agree that the Spotify version does sound a bit better as well. Yeah, I appreciate the dopamine comment as well. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Going down a note instead of up does give a darker feeling. Absolutely. I feel that as well. Yeah, I feel that is a bit tricky. I understand when things can be mismatched and people become disappointed, or it just seems a little bit disingenuous. I feel you on that. It's tricky. Like, I can see two sides to it. I can see there's been a genuine mismatch for whatever reason. And then I can also see that, hey, he's trying to sort of turn it on its head and show that he's capable of doing different things. I feel that either way, you know? The instruments do kind of overpower his voice, so I feel you. I think he's got less body to his voice potentially. I think it's partially an EQing thing. I think they've maybe got his voice at about 150 hertz, which does remove the body to it. It could be just simply because he's stronger in his mid-range, and I didn't feel the need for him to go lower. It can be a different microphone. There's plenty of different things it can be. But I think that's part of why he wanted to have the double-tracked rap parts there, simply to offer a bit more kind of heft to it in that part. It's a tricky balance. Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely. The vampire theme is a metaphor for confronting into inner darkness. I can get behind that. And yeah, absolutely, Mr. Bear. Absolutely. I love my chug chugs, but I also try to be balanced. I don't think this track would have been as cool if we didn't have those strings on top. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really great message. I think that, you know, when you look at this, he's standing in front of in the middle of the church, sort of hallway, with the light emanating out of him, and he's not looking at the light. He's looking away at it, which is really interesting. Really interesting piece. But yeah, what do we got next? We got Sicily, track number 2. I can hear a consistency with some of the scale choices and note choices, instrumental patterns to this, as to the first track, if that makes sense. Yep, double tracking the vocals again. Are they using chromatics in those string parts? Like, there's an art to being able to get those falsettos, those high notes harmonized on top of the track like this. I think his vocals sound great when he's exploring his range. There's a lot of double tracking and harmonies going in here, splitting between the sides, stacking on top. Great call and responses as well. I don't know, I'm really digging this. I think this is actually genuinely cool. Cymbal shimmer rises. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, is that Jay doing those rapped parts at the end, or is it someone else? Because it sounds like his interesting vocal timbre to it. His voice has changed a bit, or maybe I'm just less familiar because it's been a little while. I mean, as a standalone concept, I think Sicily track number 2 for today, I think it sounds really cool. He's got such range, hasn't he? He's got such range with his vocals. I'm not glazing for the sake of trying to be positive. For the sake of being positive, I think it's genuinely cool that it sounds different enough to seem like the call and response is another person. It just adds more interest to the mix that way, I think. It's really neat, like genuinely. There's a lot going on within this track, Sicily. Again, I'm not sure what it's about. The music kind of maybe sounds like it's done by either strings or like it's trying to create the atmosphere from that part of the world. I'm not sure. It's got some like modulations of the parallel, modulations of the major parts there, or it's modulated in the minor between certain parts. It's got a really interesting main sort of motif or progression behind it with the strings there. There's a huge sense of romanticism behind that. It's very dreamy sounding. But yeah, Jay's vocals in this one are fantastic. I adore the way that he is able to, again, handle those double tracks of the main vocals on the sides and the rap sections. Yeah, because he's had previous... sorry, I was supposed to be talking and then discussing stuff with chat. I apologize. I'm trying to sort of remain focused because I tend to get distracted. Not you guys, it's me. It's me. So yeah, what was I talking about? Yeah, so he has the double tracks of the vocals there, which are really cool, both on the sung parts, sort of dual harmonies, octaves there, and he goes to the sides of the stereo field with some double tracked sort of rap parts there, and it just gives him heaps of presence there. I don't think it's an all the time thing. Yeah, so he knows when to double track his vocals. He can just have his single vocals in the center of the stereo field and those more low key parts because he's trying to be more a part of the mix. And then he deliberately has more emphasis on the sides when he needs to in order to make the chorus part stand out. It's just 101 kind of performance within production there, so that's totally fine. But I honestly feel like Jay in this track is as important as the instrumental backing around him. It's a track where at 3 minutes 49 we have a few verses and a few choruses, and it does feel a bit more formulaic than the previous track. which is totally fine. Again, with Jay, you get variety box albums where you get different styles and he has different approaches to them. And I think, again, this is like in isolation, it's good. I still prefer the first track more outside of my bias. I just think, again, having the starting point there, again, with the strings and brass and stuff, was just it was just more instrumentally interesting there. But if I talk about things outside of his vocal performance there, with the da-dum, da-dum catchiness of the rhythmic cadence and the hooks there, you know, and it's very kind of trademark Jay with some of the phrases and rhythms that he raps and sort of sings there. He pays attention to the surrounding elements and harmonizes neatly. It's just the track is made up of some sort of trappish elements, again, like those clicky kind of snares and the drums and the 808s and everything like that, and those cicadary hi-hats. But it also has a sort of a juxtaposition of sorts outside of, you know, the more sort of traditional structure of it, with, again, those strings, the harps, etc. Instruments that I think were in the first track, so it provides a sort of stylistic connection between them. Dun da da dun dun, great sort of like bass and sort of like mid-range transfer there with the string section there, and I'm liking that the string section is that there's different parts playing different things. It's more lively than as opposed to simply the entire section playing a chord or an extended triad or something like that, you know. I think there's a sweetness to that guitar part there. And I like the use of those chords that it plays to do triads. Da-da-da-dum. It might be playing some extensions there, or I might be forming those extensions as notes additional to the main triads that are put forward by some of those string sections and bass lines. Either way, the guitar just has this kind of glow to it without being overproduced or overpresented or overrepresented. But that string section at the start is just so active anyways, you know. I love how it dances around and has its time in the sun to be a lead instrument. You don't always get that with R&B or pop music. And you have the bell trees, there's little accents as well for a bit of spice and pizzazz there. It's just a nice way to easily articulate the higher frequency spectrum and let the listener know, hey, we're deliberately making this mid-oriented at this point. For the guitar to continue in the background works, I think, partially because Jay is not trying to be as melodic through the verse parts. Like there's notes that he's singing or rapping or whatever, but it's not like we're trying to be too colorful. And that can be the risk when you have someone who is more explorative in their vocal range, even in more low-key parts, is that you'll have instruments start to argue, and then you have to sort of be a little bit more sort of like cautious about how active your subs are. But that 808 is really well-rounded. I dig the sort of like the tone to it, how well controlled and how it's compressed, but it doesn't lose the attack on the initial hit. It's nice that these headphones are picking up that bass without it being too present. Again, with Jay's tenure, you would expect that would be the case, but I just don't take it for granted. To have that kind of minor leaning at the end with the strings kind of fading out with a sort of retardando is just really interesting, though. You have the strings push forward, and I have to give Jay a shout out for that one as well, because it's not just having the track bluntly finish when his vocals end. You have an extension to that theme there, and things kind of peter out there and sort of like de-escalate from that point. A lot of people will just finish on their vocals and just be done, but we know there's more sort of there's more of an atmosphere to this one, I think, especially with the extended kind of instrumental part at the start. Even a slight rhythm adjustments there. Like clearly with the drums, we've got a mixture of different 16ths and 8ths and sort of quarters and stuff like that, as well as some 16th triplets for a bit of that kind of stuff. But it's knowing to sort of add a bit of pomp and circumstance to the strings behind the point to make them sort of special as well. And like you're gonna dance, like it's an exotic dance or something like that. Again, I do feel like this is meant to sort of be like a dance track, but to include more sort of like modern elements to it. I think there was an adjustment thematically. So I think we had a switch up in the midpoint we had our main sort of chord progression or bass line that we followed for a lot of it. And then we sort of switched things up almost like a heel turn in the middle. And it was just nice to not just rely on the same set of the same pattern, because in a 3 minute 49 track like this, you just can't assume, even if you're in Jay's position, that you're going to have the retained interest in the listener through the voice alone, even through the instrumental components. You can do a lot with a 4-note bass line or a 3-note bass line, even regardless outside of rhythm and stuff like that. But just knowing to kind of have it kind of sound like, oh, there's a different sort of like angle to this is really cool. And those like cymbal shimmers that we have as well work better in my view than if you had a synthetic riser, as per the first track there. We're being attentive to the need to add some more acoustic analog elements there to kind of ground a lot of what's going on already with the string sections and stuff like that. It's finding the balance between having those 808s and those kind of clicky kicks, and the clicky sort of hi-hats and everything like that. Again, and the legato feel of the strings as well as the guitars and all that there. And then, of course, you have the guitar leading us in there with adjustments to the way they're phrased and tailed. And ultimately, I do think, again, even though it's a bit less explorative than the previous track, I think it fulfills the niche that it needs to, and I don't think there's any filler within it. Yeah, thematically, minor leaning there, but there are some modulations and interesting note choices outside the diatonic, the major minor scales that I appreciate, and add a bit of a sort of exotic kind of flair to it, maybe like a harmonic or like a melodic minor there. And ultimately, it just feels what it does, what's required to have enough adjustment to the chord progressions and sort of core melodies without being superfluous. The studio recording, mixing, and mastering, I have similar comments to the previous one. Again, it's just great to have that dynamic range on this final release. It's great to have a body and sub notes and notes, you know, things that are deliberately quieter than other parts, such as some of the sort of string sections in the earlier part of the track. I think having the 808s and kicks sidechain the way they do is really good too. And you know, like the music surrounds you and the headphones, you know, things, it's more sort of a positional thing, static positional, as opposed to things that are automated and moving around the place. I just don't think we're trying to distract the listener too much. We're trying to sort of balance between an active and passive listening experience. It's just the way that the vocals go to the side, though. I do appreciate that there are sometimes things, but they're nonetheless meaningful when they get there, and the way that they've been EQ'd allows them to retain presence and not argue with anything else. Ultimately, the way things faded out was really good. It was nice to have it nice and loud with a bit of pumping. Bass suppression limiting is handled, and honestly, it's just it's 2 for 2 at this point. Yeah, I can imagine it being the soundtrack to what I've seen of Sicily, so I can make that connection now. The Train Radio says, I like the guitar paired with the Chapter 7 style orchestra part. Chapter 7 style orchestra part. Is that a Jay Chou track, or is that like a specific thing? I'm not as familiar with Chapter 7. I could be having a moment. I still can't believe he was doing all the rap parts. It does give me a feeling of The Godfather too. That's what I wanted to say. I remember there's a track in maybe Jay Chou's second album there, the second song, and it does remind me a lot of that, for sure. And I just think it's really cool to maybe sort of harken or bring that kind of tone back, and especially as people seem to appreciate it. Really neat. First 2 songs in this album already made me love this album more than the last one. Yeah, it seems like tricky. I think people are from his 2006 album, which had a 1-minute classical orchestral intro. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm tripping. Oh, thank you. There you go. I love his orchestral intros. It's really good. It's just nice to hear Jay doing different things with the music side of things. Okay, we got track number 3 though. The Day It Rained. Let's go. Let's continue. Got some rain there. Bit of vinyl crackle.
这次缓缓打开，你慢慢走来，我竟然看着你发呆。你尴尬 say 个 hi， 没位坐下来，我想叫旁边的离开。我车票都还在，心却在窗外，因为你遗下的站台。远远的看着你，天天都这一开，你一句话我怕撞离开。你瞬间掉了出来，我才明白是那个背叛的女孩。这么多年彼此竟然没认出来，是你变美还是我变帅？你经过花就开，离开雨就来，这里适合谈个恋爱。如果我有一个梦幻的开场白，没有比你更美的对白。雪白的天空等待彩虹出现，你我的遇见是谁
？Great falsetto there.
黑黑的夜空繁星变得耀眼，因为你出现在我身边。那老家有点远，
Very poppy, but nonetheless, I think it's effective.
也许能陪你走一圈，把你的父母头见，吃几口麻酱面，也许还能打个几圈。想见到麦芽甜，爱笑的脸，你提到多年前的暗恋，你剪下校园毕业册的那一页，是因为我在照片里面。雪白的天空等待彩虹出现，你我的遇见是谁许的愿？黑黑的夜空繁星变得耀眼，因为你出现在我身边。原来多年前在那个书店借我课本的是你，原来看我被雨滴的那天，帮我撑伞给是你。
Great legato.
那一天，花落那一天，教室那间我已看见。消失的下雨天，我想再听一遍，我应该对你唱着经典。从你到家门外，我才明白，原来你早已有人疼爱。如果回到过去那一个下雨天，我会为了你把伞撑开。如果回到过去那一个下雨天，我却不在，转身离开。
So that was track number 3, The Day It Rained by Jay Chou. That was a really nice, chipper, cheery track there. I don't think it's necessarily, The Day It Rained, if you get rain, usually isn't a super happy thing, but I don't think it's meant to be a sad song. I think it's more maybe sort of like melancholic, if not maybe something good happened on the day it rained. I'm not sure. Again, if you guys know more than me, feel free to let me know. Happy to hear your interpretations of what literally Jay Chou is talking about here. It gives me insight. I think that his vocal technique here is solid. There's some really cool vocal fry at one bit, and then after that second chorus, and then we explore our falsetto more as well, which is neat. It's nice that we are working outside of our hidden chest voice or mixed voice, and just exploring the possibilities. It's a relatively clean, sort of friendly, PG kind of like sounding. It's a very accessible track in terms of the vocal takes. We hit the legato passages as need be with the little melodic tails and stuff like that. I got no real complaints about it. I mean, I think that it's not a track I've heard from Jay Chou in a little bit. It does remind me of some of his more sort of balladesque kind of stuff, but this clearly, especially in this form factor, isn't trying to be that. It just sounds very good natured and like he's in his element, and he does this kind of call and response stuff with the falsettos as well. It sounds like he tried to have fun with this one, but there's nothing in here that sounds unsustainable. He seems like he's sort of comfortable where he's at. There's a wonderful warmth to the tracking in the chorus sections. There's a nice sort of glow to it and low end to it, which I think is also, you know, capitalized on by some of the surrounding instrumental elements, to be fair. He's just very good at finding the range where it suits. I think it was really cool as well to have that kind of radio sound, the kind of kind of tone of the high EQing there and a bit of fuzz and sizzle there, almost like it's a telephone or a faraway radio station. That was neat. And that's just a fun idea at the start. It's a sort of a palette cleanse from the previous track there. It lets you know that you're in for a journey, but you're not quite sure what. And then you have something a bit more sort of like predictable or easy to follow along to. And you're like, oh, this is my happy place, you know. Could almost sound a little bit nostalgic when you have those filters on there, like an old school radio or something like that. But I think this track, outside of the vocal performance, at 3 minutes 43, really well laid out with a mixture of different verse choruses and interlude, and then like a middle 8 at the end, which was cool. Very sort of like straight 40s to follow on to. The piano does a lot of work in this one. And what I like about this one is that it's not just 4 chords or even 5 chords like an alternate switch up on the second time. He has all these fun extensions and like parallel major or minors, I think at certain parts there. He's not afraid of a bit of emotional sophistication with those extensions. And I just dig that it offers a real classy feel to it. It's like a day in the life, so to speak. And it kind of sounds like a sleepy Lanches. And then the guitar, I think, if I'm not mistaken, kind of brings those forward in the form of arpeggios, which I think is a sensible decision there. The piano at the beginning is less intense because of the way that some of its frequencies responses is removed during the filter, so it's not as blunt. But I think if you just strummed the guitar as opposed to do 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 do, it would just be a little bit too kind of like intense. So he's just trying to balance and add a further sense of rhythm to the piece by proxy, splitting those notes up. I think the bass is nicely balanced in the line. In fact, the guitar is very busy within this piece, and I just kind of like hearing it being a bit more sort of chipper and cheery and exploring again. It's not just chords. It's nice to sort of have more action instrumentally over the piece, especially with some of those changes being like half-time changes or double-time changes as well there, you know. I think there's like an interesting sort of key. I don't think there's strings in this one, is there? Like pads? Is that a different type of rhythm there? Another type of percussion? Because I'm like hearing it's like a click, but it's like a tambourine, like, or something along those lines there, but it doesn't sound like a full drum kit. I mean, that's an acoustic kit as I understand it. It could still be sampled, I'm not sure. But yeah, just to talk about the drums really quickly, I think it's also neat that the percussion throughout this album so far has been as busy as it has been. I enjoy when we're not afraid to have more than just quarters and eighths and occasional syncopated sixteenths. Just those rolls going dun 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 dun. You know, it's just really neat to have those sounds and have the drums take away focus on the vocals for a second before we go back into it. It's an interesting, effective alternate to like a sub drop or something like that, even though you can have both and still make it work. You have like these sort of ghost notes as well with the snares and the low end as well, which is really sick. And having the clicks in the interlude as well is neat because it's just an alternate to the snare. I think to be fair to Jay, he also has these really sort of like quiet upper harmonies as well, some falsetto parts in that top range there. That just add further size and heft to it. They are sub to the mains, I think, to reward people who are more attentive to it, whilst giving those sort of original vocals a bit more presence without you maybe necessarily knowing why that is. But that vocal fry is really good. Really happy with the vocal fry. It can be a difficult thing to pull off, for sure. Adding a bit of passion behind it, a bit of sizzle behind it just makes it more exciting, especially in a piece where, for the most part, it's been very clean sounding with a variety of different key, guitar, bass, drum, parts, etc. No, so ultimately, again, use of bell tree in certain parts of transitional devices there. It's just cool. So like structurally, really sound. And thematically, I think it's major leaning. Clearly, it's in a major key, but I think the use of sixth or seventh or even ninth chords occasionally for a bit extra brightness there just kind of make it sound a bit more interesting. And I just feel like it would have been a bit too blunt if we just had normal major and minor chords, though. Especially, it adds a kind of a sleepy feel to the way things are filtered at the start there, especially with the rainy day kind of thing. You know, I like that we're keeping the listener guessing, especially for someone like me who isn't sure what this track is about. It makes me ponder it. And just also being able to resolve and sort of add sort of mild bits of tension before we kind of go back to what we had prior, or until we go back to like a new section. It's just playing with listener expectations, but not in a way that seems disingenuous or manipulative. So thematically, though, getting back to that, I feel like the use of the majors plus the jazzy chords that we had within it were really neat. Ultimately, yeah, we did sort of play around with the cadence and phrasing of those in fun ways. And the chorus was clearly a bit more sort of well-rounded and easy to follow along to as a proxy to the verse, simply to add more sort of compositional diversity while still keeping it catchy and very sort of memorable. The studio recording, mixing, and mastering, similar comments to that. Again, great use of filtering with the vocals and kind of sizzle or vinyl scratch at the crackle at the start. And yeah. There's a wonderment to that pad. I think maybe that pad was the thing I was missing in some of those chorus parts. Again, it's just allowing the dynamic range within this album to be continuously mentioned in a very positive way. Having those little sounds come out, peak themselves out a little bit at the end is just fun. You know, you can kind of hear it and then, oh, that's what that thing was. And then you're on to track number 4 at that point. So I think I do still like Children of the Sun better, and I think it'd be The Day It Rained and then Sicily for me. So I do like track 3 quite a lot. Again, I appreciate Sicily, but there's just something really that feels really good about the song to me. Yeah, just gonna talk through chat before track number 4. Yeah, I appreciate why you feel that way about the album. There are still 2 very strong tracks. I think we're 3 for 3 at this point. I can understand the David Tao connection to this. It is an interesting choice for Jay Chou. I feel like it worked. I feel like this album lacks energy. Yeah, that's a fair statement. I would push back with track number 1. But like I respect that it's maybe less energetic than other ones. I say this is in I think that Jay's in a very comfortable position in his career and maybe doesn't feel as hungry to try and put out really sort of affecting stuff as he might have used to. But I also feel that's not fair to Jay because someone can still be successful and still want to do cool things. And I do personally like the 3 things within this. I feel like if you've been too extra with this, you might have been trying too hard to be someone you're not. This is just where Jay's at in this point in his career. I feel like the music sounds good. And I think if we added more, it might be a little bit too much in certain situations. Yeah, it is nice and mellow. And I think that, again, Jay Chou does variety box stuff. So you're going to get songs which kind of twist and turn a little bit. I don't remember Jay Chou ever doing vocal fry previously. I think there's been very occasional parts, but it's very occasional. I like that people talk about his voice. I'm glad that he's able to do it comfortably now and get what he wants out of it. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a valid point. I think that if your chest voice isn't as strong as you want it to be, working in your head voice is sensible. He switches from chest to head voice a lot lower pitch than he probably would have previously. Yeah, I mean, this sounds awful. I kind of remember Greatest Work of Art, but I can't remember the rest of the tracks off of the album. I can't remember the previous album that well. To be fair, I listened to it once, but I just don't. I feel... Yeah. It's just that I don't remember it that well. I think that I will remember this album a bit more effectively, primarily because I think I'm having a little bit more of a positive experience with this one from what I can remember my time listening through it outside of the songs. The last album took in way too many singles. Yeah, it's tricky being a major label artist, man. You're gonna find that you want to include songs and you maybe can't include them, and it's just, you know, Sup, Carrying Tom. It has been mentioned, and I am thankful to the multiple people who have mentioned this. I am also thank you to Jay Chou. Again, I feel kind of weird saying this, but since he did seem to have reviewed, I do. Hi, Jay. Sorry, I was trying to articulate that. It's weird to think that Jay found my album and was my review of his song and was listening through it, because I saw that he was using subtitles, and it was just kind of cool. But just as a reviewer, it's mind blowing to me. I'm just thankful that hopefully, again, Jay, hopefully it came across okay. Hopefully, it was well received by Jay. My thoughts on his song. It's still my favorite track so far. Yeah, I mean the fact that he's able to do what he does, given the fact that he has a spinal disease and everything like that, is impressive. Sincerely. Most songs on the greatest works are not memorable beside First Pluck. Yeah, it's good that you guys know each other. And yeah, we're gonna tend to continue with track number 4 though. I mean, again, I think the fact that he's suffering with health issues and is still putting out music is phenomenal. I am willing to give him a bonus credit for that, because it's difficult. Your body is your instrument, right? This is the girl from Hunan. Let's go. It's so busy with the instruments. I love it to pieces, man. Is this a specific type of vocal that we've talked about in the past? It's like a kind of an operatic style, eh? Nice resolution there. Oh, interesting chord there. It was a parallel minor, wasn't it? Hang on. This is an Erhu, isn't it, right? Erhu? It's gorgeous, dude. I love that. Real quick, I love the fact that Jay is incorporating more sort of like lead elements alongside his vocal parts. That was something that I really wanted, selfishly, from earlier works that he did, was for him to be more brave with including these overlapping layers, and he's doing that.
轻音随了一滴血滴，繁华归浮云，一归爱情。娘子，娘子却依旧每日这一这样留你在哪里？在小村外的溪边，刻刻默默等着我。娘子，依旧每日这一这样留你在哪里？在小村外的溪边，默默等着娘子。啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦。
That was crazy. That flew by, didn't it? Just a really another strong track. So, the girl from Hunan, right? I think my understanding of this track is that the vocal style is meant to be like sort of like Chinese opera. I've had previous comments from people that I mentioned when they have these kind of rhythms to the vocal parts and the melodies kind of do da 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 bum or something along those lines. That's kind of a trademark of it. There is some sort of like affectations that we're sort of expressing as well, which kind of remind me. And I think if we're talking about a girl from a particular part, that may be why we're going for that angle. I think that it sort of more explains the use of more traditional instruments from that part of the world as well, potentially. It's neat. Really cool. So I think that just from that point alone, the fact that Jay Chou is trying to be more sort of deliberate about that sort of style, whilst also incorporating a lot of the more sort of modern production and compositional elements that he's been putting forward for like a decade or two now, is really sensible. The formula to me still works. And I've got no complaints about the variety of different ways that he communicates on the microphone. You know, we hit our melodies neatly. There's some interesting legato technique there, so slurring between parts, which is cool. The rapping that we had at the end of the track was kind of cool. It was kind of more sort of percussive staccato-ish, which was just a nice sort of foil from the legato section was there earlier. And we had the la 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 la, kind of the dreamy, playful part as well, which made it seem like a day in the life, so to speak. It's very much kind of composed in a way where it's catered to people who are not wanting to sort of wait too long to be able to hear parts within a track. And what I mean by that is there's constant action and points of interest within this piece, as well as the other three tracks that we have listened to. If we go from the start of the piece, because there's those clear verse and chorus parts, as well as the intro and outro and stuff like that. Just that synth riser and the wow, like glissando with the organ there, or the kind of the 808 there, just immediately 2 to 3 different things that are coming in and catching your attention, even though it's kind of a slow, it's not, I was about to say slow burn, it's not a slow burn. But like, listen to the guitar tones in that, dude. It's not just arpeggiating the guitars or playing a little kind of lo-fi jazzy hip-hop riff. There's like some hammer-ons and pull-offs there, and it's very elegant in the way that it flows. And it's technically proficient, but then it's also like, it matches the pattern, the direction that the notes are going there, and the rhythmic flow of it, and it just fits. It just fits. And we add so many different textures which might not, unless we're very sure of what we're doing, match. I mean, that's fairly easy to follow along with, right? You've got the acoustic drum kit playing a 16-note under pattern there with some ghost notes, syncopated elements there. The guitar kind of accenting those notes in the higher range. You're not arguing with Jay too much in their position. But then you've also got those plucked elements there. If I understand it, it's like a Guzien or something like that. Guzien, if I'm not mistaken. Because you've got Erhus and got Guziens. And I have to thank Jacob, Lucas fan Jacob, for sending through that guide to these instruments all the way back when. Because I still have that piece of paper on my wall of Jacob giving me those instruments to listen to, and what the names of them, so to speak, and what to hear. And I really appreciate the help that y'all have provided to me understanding this music and the instruments better, because I wouldn't have access to it otherwise. Again, clear sort of double tracking of vocals in the chorus section for a bit of extra emphasis. That's a given. That's something that we've already sort of done so far. But it's just the use again of those plucked elements doing call and responses there. Sometimes even call and responses to call and responses. We'll have like a vocal line and there'll be one instrument, then like another instrument taps over. It's very kind of attention deficit in a way that we're really not wanting to leave any filler, anything like that. But we also have solo sections on these instruments and they've got their own body and personality to it. We're not just relying on the vocals being the sole focal point. And that's not just something exclusive to some parts of it and in breaks. We also have them as sub layers on top of underneath what Jay is doing there. We're really trying to fit more in. I think there's also some reverse takes and alternate cymbals and stuff like that. It's so cool, dude. Like, as someone who studied music production and wants to understand how to make great music, I listen to this and have to admire sincerely the fact that Jay is able to put so many different intricate elements in without it seeming like it's overwhelming. And part that is due again to the studio production, but as we continue through, got some fun melodies in an upper range there that are kind of working both in time with Jay and in response to that. It's a pleasure listening through this. I had a little bit of ambiguity or apprehension going into this album, wondering what it would be like, because I knew it was going to be a long to listen again. This live stream is going to be probably about 3 hours long, but just so simple with the individual elements, but it's what Jay does to sort of the intricacy of Jay putting all these different bits together and how they have little ideas that fit together into an sort of like an amalgamated tapestry of sorts. And the tremolo picked parts there, just putting them as a sub layer there, knowing to kind of not have them too dominant, but not even in the center of the stereo field, moving them to the side. In other places, this is really cool. And the drums are just wild. Like, guys, like the drums in this album are just surreal. Like, boom. We have fills for days. If you're wanting a Jay Chou album with drums, like, we're just so busy with the percussion throughout this, but we've got moments of having less is more as well, such as in some of those earlier verse parts. It's just that we know how to staircase in a way that is effective. We've done staircasing a little bit in some of the like previous track, and this one we add like more and then another bit and then another bit, etc. Yeah, and there's some sample parts like bam, 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 but like ultimately, yeah, it's just an absolute. Honestly, I'd say this is probably one of my favorite tracks on the album. Honestly, like for real. This is probably one of my favorite tracks from the album, and people who know me were probably assuming that Children of the Sun, the self-titled, would be the favorite one. This is probably for me about equal with Children of the Sun. No cap, like honestly it is. Thematically, it's a major learning piece, but you have these twists and turns and parallel minors occasionally, which just add further interest and intrigue to it. It's not predictable. It's not copy and paste. It's a track where it's kind of like micromanaged, but in the best possible way. We construct these sort of triadal and extended for 4 even 5 note chords, use unconventional outside key chromatics to further have a sense of spice to it. And it's a mixture of plucked and legato elements there that really do make it seem sort of dreamy in other parts there. It's like we're celebrating the environment that we're trying to discuss within this, where it's a celebration of the instruments that are involved in it that we might not necessarily feature as much. Ultimately, just really satisfying. So the theme makes sense to me with the way that it's sung. The kind of playfulness again with la 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 la, and at the start there is really good. Was there la 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 in the previous track at the beginning? I could be tripping. I'm not sure, but that could be a nice sort of stylistic connection as well. Studio production, recording, mixing, and mastering, though, again, just being able to, I've said it enough times. Similar comments to the layering and how technically difficult it is to put that all in there and make it sound good. Nicely balanced. There is dynamic range from a compositional production perspective. Very difficult to do. Vocals don't sound overproduced. You capture the natural textures, tones, and timbres of the traditional instruments there, and they niche and seg nicely with the electronic elements that you have there, some of the sampled parts. Nothing feels alien. Nice and loud, pumping, bass compression limiting is handled. Very, very good. Very good. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I'm really glad that so there've been other people checking out. It's good. I'm glad that people are checking out this album because it's a very good album. You know, 10 to 20 full album listens is pretty crazy. Got to be honest. You must really love it. It's great to hear that people love this music this much. I think that there's been a lot of modern China pop at this point. There's a lot of pop music, and I think in general we've just got so much music to appreciate that it can make finding a favorite one difficult. I just hope everyone enjoys the music. Because I know sometimes it can get a bit heated with some people how they do and don't like music depending on the situation. Yeah, syncopated rhythm and harmony, especially the seventh chords. Yeah, exactly. I don't think the seventh chords were necessarily traditional. I just feel like they add a sort of maturity, a sophistication there harmonically. That adds a jazziness that I think a lot of these instruments kind of like helpfully perpetuate. He added the rap from a song in his first album called Wife. Oh, crazy. Oh. Guitar timbre and playing style kind of imitates the Guzheng as well, which is really cool. Yeah, it's nice when you have instruments kind of replicate each other and kind of talk between one another. It definitely isn't a copy and paste. Yeah, I kind of feel that might be at La Chow Sal. I would vibe with that. It does seem that way at this point. I think, to be fair though, there's enough for both. But we're gonna listen through track 5 anyways, which is Who Cares?
谁稀罕轰轰烈烈童话般的爱，这习惯简简单单平凡的对白。如果看见我的好，你还是打算要逃，过去的回忆你放着就好，爱你是我自找。
Yeah, there we go. Great dreamy guitar leads, dude, with those octaves. That drum sound is massive, dude. Whoever did the drum production on this, that is a huge sounding drum kit, dude. Just a really sensible trade-off here to the guitar leads. I mean, it feels like we're trying to be a bit safer with this one.
去的回忆你放着就好，爱你使我自在。
Yeah, see, I feel like you could have added more to that final chorus run. You could have potentially brought back the strings in that last chorus for the second one. It doesn't mean I think it's a bad track at all. It's just I feel like, ironically, this one might have been more of a single, you know? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it at all. I mean, I think for me, it's very pleasant. That was Who Cares. I feel like Jay's vocals here are, again, well handled, very comfortable hidden chest voice. We harmonize neatly over the surrounding elements there. We've got great presence in the mix. And the double tracked kind of vocals we have in the chorus are different enough to help him have maintain sort of a voice, both literally and figuratively in it. Like, it's meaningful. I think that there was room for more, but I appreciate he maybe just wanted to be the center of attention of the focal point in a way where it's an ego thing, but just simply he thought it was good. And I just feel it was more of a kind of I suppose maybe it was tricky with the kind of unconventional sort of chromatic chord you had at the end. Was almost kind of Radiohead-ish, to be fair, at the end. So yeah, I think we'll just put this as like a single. This is like a single track. You're going to have them in variety box albums. It's totally fine. Not every single track needs to be a progressive masterpiece. Not got a lot more to say about the vocals. I think it shows a bit of vulnerability, and there's some kind of a throatness to certain parts there that ultimately it kind of feels like he's calling out there. It doesn't necessarily feel melancholic, despite what the name Who Cares, as I understand it, being translated from Genius might suggest, but you know, the vocals were good. Structurally at 4 minutes 22, it's a bit longer than some of the other tracks we've had prior. I feel like there was a lot more going on in the first track to justify its amount of time than this one. I still feel that, you know, instrumentally, performance-wise, it's very capable. I love, honestly, the minimalism in regards to certain elements, like the drums. Just they sound huge in this track when they come in. Just the pull of it, you know. Just the doof. The doof. You know, like they have such a great body to them, those kicks. And like having the more low-key part at the start with those ambient reverbs on those cleanish kind of guitar parts there, kind of sounding a little bit like snow falling on a field, is really pretty. It's very much like your mid-2000s indie rockish kind of Cold Snow Patrol-ish kind of attempt there. And they're, you know, playing sort of like parts of the chord there to not be too literal with it, with a bit of palm muting as well there to sort of make it low key. And it does make, when you have those huge sounding rhythm guitars and the octaves on top, they sound huge with the drum kit. There's a great dynamic range compositionally and production wise from that perspective alone. And there's like color and variation to the note choices there. I'm glad that we kind of it's just a fun melody there. Without sort of like emphasizing too much, I suppose. It's not too rebellious or sort of explorative, but it's enough to not make it seem like we're phoning it in. I think that, you know, that's the aim of it. It really is kind of like an A and B side thing. And what I'm going to do actually is, thanks to all of you, by the way, who have subscribed during this live stream. And also thanks to all of you who have come along so far. I do appreciate you coming. Appreciate you coming along to this. I'm notified when people subscribe, so I appreciate that. I think, yeah, again, it's the relative accessibility with the use of those lead guitars that we have in those, on top of the chords that we have in the chorus. It's just a very simple idea that adds further nuance to it and movement rhythmically outside of the consistency of the eighth note hi-hat sort of kick and snare grooves. Again, it's a very lush sounding tone to the mix overall. I do think that the track feels fuller when you have those sort of lead guitars come in. I mentioned the string sections being maybe a good thing to bring over the second half of the the chorus or like a pad or something like that, just to kind of fill it out on the sides and make it sound massive. But when I look back on it, I kind of wonder whether he wanted those guitars to maybe just be the thing that kind of pulls it up there as the kind of main sort of dominant. Like, it's relatively as heavy as you have in actually Children of the Sun. It's just in a complete, it's like a mid-range resonance as opposed to a low range. If you had it an octave low, it'd be a very different song. But there's a great sort of A-B feel, you know, respective of the compositional diversity. There's a great A-B sort of feel there, clean, heavy kind of thing going on within this track that's very sort of poppy and very sort of like palatable to most listeners. I think that if people are a little bit like less kind of if they're less sure about the first track, they'll probably like the fifth track. Who cares? So with that in mind, I just think harmonically, thematically, they're outside of a really capable drum performance across the board there. I just want to just quickly check the end. Oh, that was a fun whoa, that pad at the end there. So maybe that was just kind of wanting, I was just kind of wanting more like from that end chorus section. So I think maybe there was already that thought to put that pad there. Maybe that was a sub layer and I was just expecting it more on the sides there, but that's okay. It's cool. The guitars are double tracked anyways. We clearly thought there was enough going on. It's okay. Thematically, minor leaning. It's not clearly not a happy song. It does have a very kind of like, it kind of has like an emo feel to it of the mid 2000s there. It's got a very kind of pretty tonality though to the way it kind of goes to the it kind of resonates on that seventh, doesn't it? No, it's major. It is major tone because it has a major seventh that it's going down, and that's why you get the flat second kind of a little bit kind of like, so it's a major track. It just, yeah, no, it's major. Never mind. Sorry, I'm tripping. So in a major key, I just think you need that coloration with both the second chord of those chord progressions plus the unconventional chord at the end of the loop there, adding a bit of sort of dissonance before you resolve back into the major. Yeah, no. So the chord progressions are good here. You could have potentially had different progressions throughout the track. I think part of the reason it sounds very sort of like samey is because of a lack of changes in bass lines or anything like that. But again, you know, for an isolated concept, it's good. Studio recording, mixing, and mastering, again, got to be thankful for the dynamic range between the quiet and loud notes. I'm thankful that we didn't choke the mixes too much in that regard. You kind of needed the guitars to spring into life after that quiet section at the start to really sort of have it hit like that. I also want to give a shout out again for the final time, as I know I mentioned this several times, to the drum production. I really like the sound of the kicks and snares. Great use of body and EQing and compression on those, nice stud to it. Just probably a great sounding kick tone as well. Nice and heavy to match the push of some of the distorted layers within the rhythm section and the mid and low mids. Yeah, it's good. Really good. And then the Jay Chou's vocals are present regardless of what's occurring, which is testament to their ability to put them in a place where they are in that place. So ultimately, really happy with this piece. Yeah, on to track number 6, I suppose. Just gonna check this as well. Just check out chat. Yeah, I see that my thoughts kind of resonate a little bit. They're super corny. I wouldn't be surprised by that. It does seem like a song where there could be some corny lyrics of like love lost or something like that. Honestly, some of these tracks are way too safe. Yeah, I think there was some wackier stuff in previous albums. I remember some very fun stuff in previous albums, to be fair. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting better music. I think that it's totally okay for people to want things. I don't know about you guys. As a reviewer, I've just come to sort of like accept when I have an album in front of me, and this is not a criticism of you guys. As a reviewer, I work with what I have in front of me primarily because it's what exists. And I try my best to sort of just kind of meet the artist at their level now, as opposed to giving them the benefit of the doubt that they could do more, could do better, simply because that's sort of, I suppose, potentially causing an issue where you shouldn't trust what a person puts out as them wanting it, if that makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, exactly. Probably why the previous track. Yeah, exactly. We did get spoiled by the previous track. There was a lot going on in that one. I think this is like, if I was to give this a number out of 10, I'd probably give this like a 7, 7.5 for the production, but maybe a firm 7 for me out of 10. And I cannot imagine it. I did like Yeah We Made though. I thought that was a great album. But track 6, Aurora in July. It doesn't have any lyrics. Sorry guys, sorry to interrupt. Just letting you know there aren't any lyrics for this one. Oh, that's really neat with those tails. I like how the guitar is in time with the vocals in this part. Like there were two different sub layers there. There was like a bum 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 going in like an eighth. That's clearly not the pitch he was doing, but bum 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 like an eighth note, and it was a dun 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 going in time with them. It was very cool. It could have also been a vocal sub layer, but really good use of risers? There's a lot of risers being used though. I like those vocals on the side. So like this is another one of my favorite tracks off of the album. I adore it, but for different reasons than previous tracks. Aurora in July. When I think about the title and I listen to the music, I can hear the starry sounding guitar takes, different arpeggios and melodies that were playing on different sides of the stereo field. The dreamy, lush nature of the vocals on either side. They sound so cool, dude. I love how they're presented. There's like a lack of attack to it. They kind of like little clouds. They sound so colorful, dude. It's just really clever sound design going from the left to the right as well. Almost like the Aurora is going like that. You know what I mean? And it's very sort of straightforward after that vocal take. It goes into your main sort of range there. And I think he raps as well in this, and there's like adjustments of the flow of that as well, although I think it's relatively still consistent with the rhythm. You just get a lot of different stylings from Jay within this that, you know, they hit. there's nothing in here which I feel is excessive or unnecessary. The Aurora in July melody, the main hook line, is catchy and effective. It sits really neatly in amongst everything else that's going on because it's more of a solid, stable layer. It contrasts with some of the fluffier elements with like the pads and stuff like that. And you have lots of those kind of like, again, I think the vocals might go backwards and forwards the other way as well certain times. Just a really fun creative decision. A lot of my comments I've had about Jay's previous tracks within this album apply here more. He can clearly still sing. Very good. Although to be fair, he does these additional vocal takes and he kind of does these mids and then he kind of goes up into his falsetto. And he does go down into his vocal, his chest voice as well, with some lower harmonies within the rap parts. They're just very sort of clear, sensible production decisions there. But there's these call and responses as well. That's just so busy and so active. It's just such an interesting shift in vibe after the previous track, where Who Cares seems relatively minimalist in comparison to this. I don't mind that at all, to be fair. Yeah, there's a little bit, you can tell with that, that kind of trail at the end of that like it's at the low end of his range. And it's still good, don't get me wrong. I think that's part of why maybe in some of his parts where he has been in his low range of his voice, it is different to me because I'm not as familiar with that, how he sounds in that part. It's still good, you know. So outside of the vocals though, there's a lot of really cool, interesting stuff there. I think a lot of the magic of this mix is in how colorful the different pad guitar elements there are. If we go back to the start, the guitars with the way they're panned and positioned, they are so chimey with the chorus. It gives them an additional glow and resonance in the high end that makes them sound very pretty. We have a mixture of those guitar parts that harmonize neatly with the vocals as well. It's an interesting decision to adopt the trap stylings within this with the different sort of, again, cicada clicky hi-hats and claps and so like rims and kicks. It works really neatly. I'm glad that we've got a lot of sharper elements on the percussion, partially because you already have so many longer notes, so many sustained notes within this that they just, if you'd had the drums be like that as well, everything would have been long, if that makes sense. They needed to cut through the ether, so to speak. And there's a mixture of 16th and 32nd notes there. And so we're spoiled for percussion, even though we don't have it all the time, which I think is still a good decision because it can be just too much. We have those risers. We have a lot of synth risers within this. It gets to the point where necessarily, I'm not sure if we needed as many risers as we had. You know how it gets louder like that? But it does it a lot. I think that if that's an indication or implementation of the sound of the wind kind of rising up like that, I think that's fine. But you hear those little guitar flickers and legato, kind of like Cameron Polyphony parts as well, which is kind of neat. Those sounds where it goes, kind of explodes. It's like fireworks in the sky. You know, it's wonderfully expressive in that response as well. I like the tails on those. I think they're very cool. And you got these effervescent pads which are dancing, shimmering along the side of the stereo field and on the center. It's very pretty. You know, it's just very charming to listen to. It's just a very peaceful sounding, clear track that ironically I think kind of captures a lot of similar moods that the previous track was trying to connect to. It's just, I think they had fun with this one. They definitely cooked on this one. There's even sort of a simmer to some of the percussive elements like the hi-hats and stuff like that, which kind of give them sort of like a lo-fi kind of ghostly feel to them, I suppose. And there's a lot of other sort of sub-layer pads that oscillate and kind of go in and outwards of the ether. And, you know, you just, there is so much within this piece, as well as a few of the others, that I really feel like we could be here a lot longer talking about them. I just try to sort of summarize them the best I can, whilst not sort of like over-egging the pudding, so to speak. But ultimately, yeah, I think given all the interesting ideas we have instrumentally and performatively within that piece, you just have thematically a track, Bum bum bum. I think it's a minor leaning key, but it's tricky because it doesn't sound sad. It's not trying to be too dark or sort of like decrepit with its voicing there. It has so many sort of mid to upper to mid range sort of like elements that it's like it's a song where it's saying, "Hey, I know that we're kind of having a bit of a kind of a rough time, but it's almost like a calm sadness. It's like a serene sadness, I suppose." I just think it might have been a bit too cheesy sounding as well if we'd gone with the major here. A little bit too like sort of obvious or on the nose. Hey, all these sort of like beautiful things and also happy chords, you know? So no, that's fine in terms of the key signature. Um so yeah, it's like kind of like a chill sad, I suppose, or something like that. Um, it's like you're watching it and you're kind of more sort of philosophical than anything else. So I think it is an interesting sort of like response there. The studio recording, mixing, and mastering, again, the positioning of things, the way the vocals are processed on when they're on the sides, there explicitly is very cool. I like the way they're reverb and filtered and they're sort of faded out and made as more of a kind of like a pad as opposed to a vocal part. I like the adjustments of the various vocal layers and how they're presented within the stereo field and frequency spectrum. I think, again, having those rises, given that it's kind of like the wind in the open air, is totally fine. I think that the call and responses from the vocals being a bit more sort of like low key is good as well there, kind of deliberately centering them in a way where they juxtapose what's still being heard, shows the depth dynamically with this piece. And effectively, we sit here thinking, okay, as a standalone concept, with the understanding that this is a variety box album, do we nonetheless appreciate what it is? I do like it a lot. In terms of like how I feel in the grand scheme of things, um, I'm a little bit less hype after going through it than I was initial. I still prefer Children of the Sun and The Girl from Hunan equally, but I feel like Aurora in July would probably be my third favorite, if I'm honest. I like my ambient stuff. And I don't think we've had too much ambient stuff from Jay Chou up until this point. So I like the fact that we're still continuing to try new things. I could be wrong, but just let me know if I am. So I'm going to look through the... Yes. Go out and chat. Yeah, I appreciate. I hear you with the celestial cosmic atmosphere, La Chow Sal, absolutely. No, I'm glad. I'm thankful that I was under the understanding that he hadn't done it before. Yeah, so there were 6 teasers for this, were there? That's crazy because he's busy putting out music videos at the moment, eh? Like there's 3 music videos for this album, as I understand it, around the time that I reviewed Children and of the Sun, if I'm not mistaken. Children of the Sun? Yeah, it is Children of the Sun. Cool. Yeah, I feel like some songs are a slow burn, aren't they? I can understand the inspiration behind this. Auroras are wonderfully beautiful things. And I'm sort of mildly envious of Jay for being able to watch the Aurora. It's something I would like to do in my life. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think that a lot of this album is going to be kind of like looking at it from the perspective of there are things that Jay knows that work. And so he's probably going to use them a few times. It's just, from my perspective, and again, I'm not trying to glaze, it's more that I'm thankful that we're doing so many different things so that by proxy of that, we kind of need repeated textures or rhythms or elements there to kind of connect them. I think Jay is maybe more aware of the need to have that sort of like connection between tracks, especially with people's attention span nowadays, that you kind of maybe can't get away with as much complete diversity, that you need to sort of bring these things forward. And I think it works well. I'm just thankful there's a mixture of different sort of trap electronic elements as well as acoustic elements within this piece. Then typically they're in a position where I would expect them to be. Yeah, I feel you on that. I was that's why I was sort of talking before about the sadness, but it's not like a sad track. I'd agree that it's melancholic. But then it's also kind of, I don't know if it's melancholic. I don't know. I'll go with that. I'll roll with that on this until I decide on an alternative to melancholic. Oh. Hmm. Oh, call and repeat. Nah, fair, Jacob. That's fair. My bad. I call and repeat. I thought, because I always understood call and response to be like, if something did something, and then the other thing responded to it. But to be fair, call and repeat is that's valid. I actually hadn't heard call and repeat before, so I appreciate it. That's good to learn. Yeah. Aurora's mellow high. Yeah. I think it's testament to Jay's music that people are so passionate about it. I can understand both perspectives. I'm not trying to sort of fence it. Two things can be true. I can understand both perspectives. I can understand the opiates thing for sure. Okay, so we've got call and response and call and repeat. Noted. Call and response and call and repeat. And Sup Shredders 7960. Hopefully you're having a good day today. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, call and repeat is a joke. You got me. You got me. You got me. Call and repeat. You got me. I was literally like, I trust you. I trust you, man. I trust you. I was thinking this guy knows his music. It's call and repeat. That's what I get for being too trusting, isn't it? Yeah, I get you. I hear you. I hear you. I understand it. Look, we're gonna do track number 7, Allegri and C, and see how we go. Yeah, see how we go. You got me there. This one has lyrics though. We're doing an AABA. We did an AABA for that. That's cool. Is that tuning on his voice in that point? Because if so, that's kind of cool. I don't think we've had tuning from Jay yet, have we, in this album? And it's so blunt. Hey, sick Phil. Is it a harpsichord on top? It is a harpsichord, isn't it? I think it's just having that synthy vocal texture is just a fun way to contrast from the main vocal takes. Yeah, I don't mind that one. So that was Allegra in C. I'm not sure what the Allegra in C is, to be honest. I'm assuming it is a C of some kind. You guys can maybe help me out. I don't know whether it's one of Jay's adventures, like with the Aurora, or not. But either way, I think, outside of what I think the track's about, because I'm not familiar with the language, I think that what's neat about the song is the use of the tuning. I like the vocal tuning, and I like that it's filtered and a bit more low-key. I think it would have been a bit too sharp and kind of itchy sounding if it had not been put forward like that. Because Jay can clearly sing. He can clearly rap. And there was an interesting sort of like cadence and flow to some of the rap parts as well. I dig that we're having multiple ways of communicating to the listener. But just like the use of that as like a synthy kind of like sub-lead layer was really neat. I don't think it was overplayed. I think that if we tried to do an extended chorus and then another time through it, it might have been a little bit too much, but Jay knew when to sort of like step out, which was cool. I mean, like there are commonalities with the way that we have sung and sort of layered things with previous tracks in this album, but it's just adding a new thing there, which was neat. I think having the additional kind of like chanted and sort of like rapped or sort of like some parts and that outro part as well as other bits was cool as well. It's just a nice kind of way to contrast within a track and allow further sort of like composition to performance diversity there. And we spread around a stereo field as well to make it sound bigger as well. It's a very, when I say AABA, it's like two of the same kind of progression, like vocally, like the vocal sequencing is similar. And then we'll adjust to a different part of our vocal range, or it'll be like a different type of twist or heel turn on it. And I don't think we've had that in this album yet as well. It's a very poppy thing to do, but I think it nonetheless works. And if it's not overdone, it's fine. So yeah, no, the vocals were done really neatly. Kind of gave me a sort of Justin Bieber-ish kind of feel to it, in a certain extent. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but I suppose it depends on who you are and how you feel about Justin Bieber. I don't have an issue with him. I think that some of his music's really good. But if we move past Jay Chou's vocals within this track, we have the rest of it. I think we have the steel string guitar, like we have verses and choruses, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, is that an additional part that we have? Is that like an extended outro section, or is it like a double chorus or something like that? And we definitely have those sort of like instrumental sections there, which are a nice way to split it up, but isn't super experimental structural, and I don't think it needs to be. For a 3-minute 30 track, I think it kind of works as a single to a certain extent. It's relatively safe in that approach compositionally anyways. But yeah, just the guitar is a very sort of, it's a staple of Jay Chou's work. The way it's fingerpicked is good. Adds an immediate sort of like rhythmic sort of element to it. Explores the mid-range really neatly. You have the vocals immediately there, and because the way the vocals are filtered, they are more low-key and they're not as bright as the guitars, so they fit together really well. Yeah, that dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, that pitched octave thing up there, which is really fun. I really like that it kind of goes da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, and there's these little dancing melodies there, little ideas that when they come together are really neat. Separately, they might be a little bit alien, but together they have context. Very neat as well to have the kind of use of the shaker, or the alternate kind of hi-hat tone, I'm not sure which, or maybe both. But you have the clicks. Again, a great substitute for a clap or a great substitute for a snare drum. It's just far more less low intensity there. It's not aggressive. In a track like this, you don't really want things to kind of build until that chorus section anyways. And you have those sort of sampled, like click it dun dun dun, which again is more sort of like a trappish kind of hip-hopish kind of poppy approach to it. But what I want to point out is, in that second verse, if I'm not mistaken, there's a very cool thing that is done there with those snare drums. If I go there, that's so unusual, having an acoustic snare there with some sort of like military-ish kind of like rollish kind of simple hits there. It's a very fun idea. It's not something I would ever expected from Jay Chou, but it's almost like kind of like, and it's kind of productive. It's antithetical to what a lot of the staircase style of making music is, where you kind of grow over time, right? It's just a fun way to sort of avert expectations a little bit, and it keeps things relatively minimalist without them becoming stale. But getting back to that chorus though, I like the sparkly elements there that work alongside the chanted sort of like sort of harmonized vocals there. I think the tail on the snare gives it more presence within the mix. It's kind of like a smack, you know, get a smack to that snare. And there's like a 16-note feel to some of the cymbal patterns there, which kind of fill it up and make it seem a lot more kind of vibrant and bigger sounding than the verse sections for obvious reasons. You want them to be A-B side. And you've got like other sort of sub-elements and bits of ear candy as well there. The sparkles of the synth keys and stuff like that in the upper end, as well as the harpsichord, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry if you guys are telling me it's a harpsichord. I maintain that it is a harpsichord. It sounds like one. And just how kind of delicate and attentive that is to the flow of pattern of some of the notes that are sung and everything like that as well. I dig it. Again, it's a really full sounding piece. The only one that's kind of been a bit sort of like different is Who Cares? But all the other 6 tracks have been very sort of like full of beans in terms of the different layers. What's kind of surreal to me though is, again, like, I don't know, we'll talk about the production in a moment. Thematically, this track is major key leaning, and I know you guys can figure that out, but the reason I think about it is that I'm looking at the way that everything sort of comes together and where it really fits that. I'm not sure what the title. I'm wondering if it's it's maybe a celebration of the time on it. It's a very pretty sounding song, so maybe being at sea is something that they enjoyed, and I want to sort of celebrate that sort of experience there. It almost does kind of sound like you've got some steel drums in there, kind of for a bit of extra color. Now you probably could have put some steel drums in there for a bit of extra sort of melodic percussion, I think, and certain parts. But yeah, like definitely major leaning there. It's very sort of like accessible, kind of like singly pop music there, which is not trying to be too sort of dire. It's very sort of chill and gentle and kind sounding, and there's no harsh layers or abrasions or anything like that. I don't even think there's any chromatics. I think it's just typically just within the major minor scales diatonic and very safe. Studio production wise, I liked the way the vocals were filtered and the way they were tuned and how they were unapologetic with that tuning, but they knew to sort of make it a bit more low key with the frequency response to allow for that to sit neatly regardless of whether it was with the vocals or the guitar takes or anything like that. I liked how the choruses sounded huge in part because they split things further within the frequency spectrum, a stereo field, should I say, as well as the frequency spectrum, but they allowed the track to literally sort of explode with life at that point and then bring it back down when those vocals came in because of how they were found. It just makes the verse sound smaller before you get into it, and how they had the acoustic snare as a nice sort of addition there, an unexpected texture and amongst a lot of the synthetic elements within the piece. And nice and loud, pumping, no issues, the bus compression. And yeah, another really sort of solid. I think this is another solid track. Got no complaints about it. Great use of risers as well. A bit more conservative than the previous track, but it makes total sense considering the sort of situation we have with it. So that's good. That was Allegro in C. I'm just going to just double check chat. Here we are. The daughter song is the best. The song has soul and meaning. So the daughter soul, oh, that's number 10. So we're getting close to that now. I look forward to it. Should be good. Agreed. That one actually has a shadow of old Jay Chou there. Daughter song is my favorite. So you guys really like the daughter song. So I'm excited for that. That should be good. One head voice in the chorus. Yeah, because he did use head voice in this track as well. I'm kind of used to him using head voice. I suppose you're talking about this track particularly. It is very pretty sounding. He's got a real elegance to the way he uses his head voice. That when I hear about people talking about Jay Chou's vocals. I don't necessarily. I think he's doing fine. He's different. He might not have the capability he used to have, but from a reviewer perspective, I think he's doing totally fine. I think he's taking care of himself. The technique seems sustainable. To me, it's good. Very cool. Yeah, I hear you with Atlas Yourself. Yeah, with the connection to Aurora. Hmm. Hang on. He has better arrangers. So hang on. I have to ask, how much of is Jay doing of these tracks? Because my understanding with the first song is that he composed the first song. Is Jay not arranging all of these songs himself? Because I know that Vincent does a lot of the lyric work. Is Jay not composing these? Ah, thank you, AGNC. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good to know. You can blame, don't know if you guys can see that. You guys can't see that, can you? Hang on. Allegrin. See that? Allegrin. So that's what I've got in terms of my translations for this. To kind of help me figure out what's going on. There is a Christmas song at the end. I'm excited for the Christmas song, though, to be fair. I'm really looking forward to that one. I like my Christmas stuff, even though it's April, practically. I do know the AGNC. It does, I can understand, I can hear that. The song could have been anyone but Jay, yeah. Drug addiction subject minor key straight into a soft rock major key is a bit of a stretch. No, Christmas song is not. Sup, Lollipop? Welcome to the live stream. Well, hello to you too. Hopefully you're having a great day today, Lollipop band. Thank you for stopping on by. We are on track number 8 today of this album. This is titled I Do, which I presume after AGNC. I really hope that it's good. I'm looking forward. I love Christmas, guys. We'll see though, okay? Let's do it. I Do, track number 8. Vocal fry.
想象你在未来的画面，早遇见我们一定提早相恋。我告白红着脸的那一天，多年后变成了相恋的纪念。在我的生命中，感谢有你的出现，你的无名指上有我承诺的永远。这一刻最美的时光，是你穿婚纱的模样，婚礼前将我连带系上，穿上你挑的白西装。这一刻最美的时光，是你走在我的身旁，红灯像誓言，浪漫绽放在幸福停靠的地方，爱的模样，我们遇上最美的那时光。
Oh, nice tail there on the vocals.
看着你迎着风坐在海边，那瞬间像认识你好多年。Baby， 想象你在未来的画面，早遇见我们一定提早相恋。 我告白红着脸的那一天，多年后变成了想念的纪念。在我的生命中，感谢有你的出现，你的无名指上有我承诺的永远。
Yep, plain transition there. I like the strings on top as well. I think they're a nice little bit of decoration. I like the fact that we only had one of those little kind of riser, little beep boops on the end. I think that you could have easily tried to sort of justify 4, such as in previous tracks where we've had like extended instrumental outros, but we just wanted to keep this one 3 minutes 30. This does kind of feel a little bit like track number 5. It's got some similar textural consistencies between those two. I think though, if this is I Do, which is a wedding song, you kind of don't want it to be too experimental or avant-garde. Especially, for example, if this is aimed at Jay's wife, you don't really want to maybe you got to consider what Jay's wife, what music they're into, you know. So, for example, if Jay's wife is into like Snow Patrol and that kind of stuff, this kind of music is very similar to that. You might write a song that's kind of that sort of way leaning, and I think that makes a lot of sense to me. But I think that Jay's vocals here, a bit of vocal fry occasionally. Some occasional belts, very comfortable with himself, kind of carrying himself through the entire piece. We are harmonizing and double tracking certain elements as well, which I think is good. There's not as much range vocally within this, but I don't think we needed to. I can kind of imagine Jay on stage calling, you know, out to Hannah, if I'm not mistaken, I think his wife is. You know, it's relatively palatable, easy to follow along to, easy to sing along to, which would be good if you're doing a karaoke piece. Not that I can sing it, but I mean, it's less, there's less variety there, so it might be easier to do sort of like to sing along to or do covers of or something like that. I think a lot of it is potentially because there's a few things going on within the instrumental backing there, which we're going to talk about in a moment as well, but I just think, again, we've got these verses and these choruses and these sort of instrumental sections and post-choruses, and we just got a kind of a simple, easy to follow sort of formula that transfers neatly without a note out of place. I think effectively this is great use of time without any filler, you know, within this one. I am thankful to have the strings to go over top. The hook sections, I just think that's a no-brainer in terms of, it's kind of what I wanted from 5. I remember mentioning at the end of 5, you could have potentially had that on top. It's kind of dancing along in a way that's very similar rhythmically to what the hi-hats are doing. So there's a great rhythmic unison between those parts. Just at the start, though, it's very interesting. Very wistful. Kind of sounds like a clock ticking. There kind of sounds like a clock ticking, like you're counting down to the big day or something like that, which is kind of an interesting choice there. The guitar is kind of, you know, sauntering across the field. You got the keys with the tails there, the sustain pedal, kind of like weighing you down a little bit. It kind of makes you feel unsure of yourself until we get to those hook sections where it does really sort of embellish and express itself neatly. Like it is a declaration of sorts. I think that's sensible if that was the case, having the chorus be more sort of, maybe the verses are trying to discuss some anxieties or uncertainties that we have about a situation or some complexities, and then the chorus is sort of reaffirming our vows to this person, if that makes sense. We have that ticking as well during that part as well, which is really neat. Hell of a bass tone to this piece. It is typically rolling with those root notes within the chord progressions, but it's just got such great body to it. And it's difficult to get that similar sort of consistency with like a synth bass or something like that. No, you really got to kind of dum dum boom boom boom. We might even be using a pick when we play the bass there. But I like the tone of those sort of mid-range oriented rhythm guitars there with distortion or overdrive there. I think that if you didn't have those strings in that chorus section, the track might not be as good. I'm glad that we knew to sort of add them as an additional sort of like layer as a sub on top to further decorate the frequency spectrum and add a bit more excitement to it. Like it's more of a sort of a low-key celebration. Not necessarily a super exciting chord progression, but again, I don't think we're trying to be too experimental avant-garde with a track like this, again, considering the subject matter and who this might be dedicated to, depending on whether they like that kind of stuff or not. I'm surprised that the piano is as low-key as it is in here. I was kind of expecting the piano to be a bit more active here because you could probably get away with it with the space within the composition itself, but the guitar is relatively low-key, I think, clean. Doing that kind of clean, heavier, sort of distorted rhythm that we have done in few parts within this album, to be fair. I think we've also got some synth pads or synth strings or something like that in some parts. They're just for a bit of glow or presence in the upper range, and I think it makes it sound very pretty. Like it has a wholesome tonality to it with the combination of those elements. I think the drum fills that we have to transfer between parts are also relatively effective. And ultimately, I just think the percussion is strong within it. I think that using the acoustic drum kit we did kind of made it sound a bit more kind of grounded, as well as the guitar and bass layers working. The strings being a bit more sort of elevated, adding a bit more enthusiasm, energy to the hooks there. And I think that ultimately even the vocal performance is well measured in regard to that. It's just how the music expands and contracts depending on the part you're in that kind of sells the mood and the journey that we're in without necessarily needing to know what the words are telling you. Thematically, it's major leaning, but in a similar feeling to particular tracks, we're not trying to be too forward with our happiness to it. It's an interesting track where it's almost like we've got a calm happiness with what we've got. It's like we've already put in the effort to appreciate this person. We're just reminding them of our true feelings there. We're not trying to scare them off by being too over-exuberant. Too exuberant about it. It's effectively just kind of, I suppose, recognition and a gratitude for what we have both accomplished and what we have with this person. I also want to sort of give a quick comment. I know I mentioned this in the review sections, but I do appreciate that Jay is changing their vocals, like their tails, and having different sort of fancy, finicky affectations and bits of articulation to it. We didn't need to be as flavorful as some of those parts, but he just knew he could, so he did. It's cool. Studio production wise, I think I just think that it's very sort of like this is well handled as well. It's commercial grade. There's a polish to it which should come from music within a style within this genre. Jay Chou is showing both an understanding and appreciation of what's needed to make music that sounds like this with the instrumental parts that are included, whilst also having a consistency in terms of the processing, the EQing, the effects, the filtering, and his tone of his own voice and presence within the mix that is consistent across the album. No issues at all. Great to hear the analog acoustic instruments when required to add a bit more of a humanistic feel to it. Nice and loud, bit of pumping there, sidechaining with the kicks, bass compression, limiting is handled. And again, it's the dynamic range from a production perspective that allow things to grow and kind of come back when required in order to really feel the music, so to speak. But yeah, just I'm happy with that one. Track number 8. Let's go have some water. Then we're going to look at what you guys have been up to. I think the biggest thing for me since last year has been that I can breathe through both nostrils now. So I can breathe whilst I drink water. And that is something that I could not say a year ago, Arrangement is important, absolutely. I can't believe, I still can't believe that the Christmas album is potentially the lowest track on the album. Yeah, I do remember Fantasy having themes, to be fair. Oh, yeah. So it was a year ago with the Christmas song, Cool. It was written for his wife. Plants vs Zombies are synth. Christmas song would fit right into his first album, maybe right beside Bullfight. Yeah, I think that Jay Chou, it's almost like I didn't necessarily register the tension with the chord progression simply because either we've had it before or it still sounds kind of pleasant to me regardless. It's like we either kind of push in to the edge with the chord harmony there, the triad, and how the notes kind of jar a little bit. Or we kind of decorate it enough that it's just a bit more sort of stimulating without being too bland. Yeah, that's fair. Fair. I can imagine. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I'll try to only comment now on only the positive parts of the album. Enough bashing. Maybe because it's expressing a feeling of soulmates, but we're mortal beings, and it makes me think. Yeah, no, I can relate to that. I got my cat Nushka. I don't even want to think about losing her, man. It's not something I want to think about. So I'm going to just take that thought and put that there. So, pets are amazing, dude. Pets are awesome. They'll love you like no one else can. They really do. Cats are amazing like that as well. You don't expect them to, but when they're affectionate, cats are affectionate, you know. I know dogs are, clearly dogs are, but cats amaze me, dude. Nushka's great. Nushka's really good because we got our well, she's just going to be she's sleeping in a tower, a cat tower right now. I've got a tower in one of the rooms where I live where it's taller than I am. So Nushka just jumps up to the top of the tower and just sleeps there. She's doing great. Yeah. No, so yeah, hopefully your cat is doing well as well. Cats are awesome. Yeah, but I think to be fair, you'll find there's two types of people, just whilst I set the next track up. There's the one type of person who cannot have a positive relationship with their cat, and I don't know why it is. And then there are the people that do have a positive relationship with the cat, and they do know why it is. And I think that, yeah, no, Nushka is a great little girl, and she's just my little gremlin, and I just have to take care of her, you know? She's getting older now, but she still looks like a kitten. And so it's just making sure we keep up her supplements and keep her doing well, you know. She's all good. She's all good. And yeah, it's just, I feel like if you get to know your cat 99 billion times out of 100, you're going to have a good relationship with them, eh? They're great creatures. We got track 9 now, Saint. Let us continue. No lyrics for this one, by the way. Some of them just don't. I do quite like this one, to be honest. Where has he been hiding this, dude? This is crazy, man. His voice sounds different, but I kind of think that helps him to sound more distinct. No. That is, we're going to talk about that after this.
传说，零下语音不绝，老街小脸，人有旅人的口味，我们一起写下中写的词典。你看老子身上半个自信都没，却想应付温暖这个世界。我的脚步根本从未后退，好让旋律跟上你的岁月。不拘是在微波里的光辉，影响阳光色彩最为浓烈。懦弱是无人懂记的枯叶，刚强才是你该有的季节。
Dude, I think this is probably my favorite track off the album. I love this. This is so cool. Dude, that was so cool. Like, legitimately, with the gun percussion, that legit is my favorite track off the album. That is so cool. It's so short as well. To be fair, now I still have to show some love for Children of the Sun, the original, but that's easily top ranked. Like, I love it. His rapping is so cool in this one. I like the fact that he just has this song and he's like, I'm going for it. Saint, track number 9, and he just pops off and just da ba da 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 da. It's just so bouncy and percussive and energetic, and he sounds so hungry for it, dude. And you got this kind of effervescent, suave sort of like expression to those da 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 those melodies there. It's very typical for the genre that we're going with, like the bells and everything like that. But you see, he can back it up in those verse sections, dude. I dig it. I really dig it, man. That's really cool. And then he doesn't. The beauty of it is that he doesn't stay on that for too long. He switches to the double track, kind of rapping, kind of bridge parts there, and he just moves into the next part afterwards. He's like aware that he's done something kind of cool, and he goes, "Oh no, we're gonna switch things up now and do something really sort of special." And there's like additional vocal takes at the end as well. I love those kind of dreamy, kind of breathy vocal takes over the end of it as well. It's like the shortest track off of the album, but there's so much to appreciate vocally within it. There's this kind of this kind of fry to it as well. He's exploring his entire range, maybe outside of the falsetto stuff. I dig it, dude. It's really trying to grab at your attention, but I don't mind it, you know. And I think at this point in the album, you're kind of looking at it and going, hey, what else does he have in the stock of his barrel of his shotgun? And then boom, you got this. I don't think I'm over. I think I'm being sort of balanced in my approach to it. There's, you know. But like, you listen to the starting point though. I mean, at 2 minutes 55, there's literally no filler in it. Let's listen to the start of that, dude. You go da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, bow, bow, and bow, and there's 3 different instruments at the start with that riser coming in afterwards. There's like quarters, eighths, and like a whole note, and then eighths, and then sixteenths, and it's just so. And there's like a kind of a, you know, like a hard style, dum 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 dum. There's that as well in there. It's just filtered to be more sort of like low key, so there's a pulse to it. And so you might think he's going dum 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 like a hardstyle track, but no, it goes half time into the percussion with the what is the best use in my opinion so far of those sort of clicky kind of trappy like rims, claps, kicks, and sort of hi-hats. And that bass is filthy in the low end as well. It just sizzles. It's just kind of repugnant, but in the best possible way. And the audio is so balanced in the verse as well. It's nice not to have the fuzzy one in the verse. It just makes it seem a bit less clean, a bit cleaner. You know, it's not trying to sort of go up against what Jay Chou was doing on the microphone in that, but you've simply got the percussion sort of bass layers there for him to do sort of have flexibility on. And you've got the bells as well, tolling for thee. You know, it's very cool. And like, it's so cool rhythmically with the verse that you kind of forget about some of the stuff going on in the synth. Down, 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 down. The kind of menace to that as well. But even removing Jay from the mix. It's such a cool theme behind it. The synth pads, the synth leads are so sinister, dude. The bass is just, It's just a 3-note bass line, but it's so effective. And to kind of have that, again, to be fair, the vocals do elevate it. There are a lot of why this track is cool because of the variety. But you don't really need that many more instruments brought in to kind of like make it more affecting anyways because of its short form factor. And of course, the gun. I did not forget the gun. It's such a ballsy and unexpected move to just have the kind of the clicks, the Foley there, be used as an actual rhythmic device. I cannot express how happy I am to actually hear that. Where is it? Because it not only does like quarters, it does eighths. You know, it does some sixteenths in there, dude. It does triplets in there, dun dun dun, and it uses machine guns and loading, and it's so creative. I would argue it's potentially one of the most creative things done within this album. And it's like a counter argument, I think, to some people maybe sort of ascribing that Jay isn't necessarily being as creative. I adore that. I'm really thankful for that. I love when people use sounds in musical ways. I do. So maybe I'm just kind of like, let me just take a moment to think about whether I want to say more about that. But yeah, just to use that as an alt lead, I suppose, with that riser coming back in for round 2, which is neat. It's just a nice way to split the track in 2. Then you have the outro as the palette cleanser, and then boom. Thematically, minor key leaning is sensible. You know, like musically, it's not a super complex thing. Like there's not as much range as like the 4th track. You know, the girl from Hunan there, with we've got like different sort of solo sections and stuff. We had like a gun solo in this one. But yeah, ultimately, just thematically, minor leaning makes sense. There's like a Phrygian, almost like a Phrygian modal kind of thing, as I understand it. It could have gone like that. Although I think we did stick to the minor, to be fair. It might have been a little bit too aggressive if we went with flat second and some of those movements. Yeah. But honestly, yeah, no, the key progression makes sense for what we're doing with this one. There's a lot of the expression and sort of like hints of what this track is about come from the vocals and both how the words go and also how they're expressed. But the gun illustrates or helps you to imagine there could be some violence involved. Studio recording, mixing, and mastering, just great use of the Foley within that part there. It's nice to have the click clacks being made into something musical. Great sort of like balancing of the different bass tones, the different bass synths there, slightly adjusted there, just allowing slightly different intensities in the low mids there to allow the vocals to stand out where required. Having the different vocal takes in different parts of the stereo field, as well as having the verse in the center without the double tracking be a bit more active to allow more precision there due to not needing to sort of double take that, whilst then having the vocals double tracked on the side coming in sort of add more sort of emphasis or spice to it in those second halves is really cool. And ultimately, again, you're led by the nose through it. I've got no complaints about it. This is probably my favorite track off the album, in addition to Children of the Sun. And then yeah, it's cool. It's just really neat. We just finished like that. It's just short and sweet. Excellent. No complaints. Yep, nicely balanced. Side chaining of the kicks was really good. Yep, good. Commercial grade studio production. Yeah. So that was Saint. I think I got lost in it, to be fair, with that one. I got lost in it. And that's not a common thing for me with albums. Like, to be clear, that was the closest thing you guys will get from a reaction from me. Not intentionally, but that's probably the biggest reaction I've had this entire live stream, was to the gun sound. Just because it was so out of left center, out of left court, that I was like, wow, this is actually really cool, you know? What's happening with you guys? What are you up to? Best rapping in the album, IMO. Maybe that's because there's 2 types of cats rather than people. Yeah, to be fair, I'll give you that. Absolutely. There are but then you always get you know how people have a cat that doesn't talk to them and then the cat will go talk to their girlfriend or their boyfriend or something like that? And so I'm always cautious about ascribing cats as not being able to be sociable due to blunt personality types, because some cats they'll seem really hard ass, but then actually they'll go smooch up to someone else, you know? I think it depends on how they're grown, etc. It depends. Some cats are, again, belligerent and they're but there's a lot of factors at play. I'm not as knowledgeable about cats though. Sup Owen? Sup Owen Rose? Hopefully you're well. Welcome. Hello to you in Pennsylvania as well. Thank you for coming along to the live stream. I appreciate it. It has been a while. Yeah, absolutely. I do really dig this track. I can appreciate what you're saying on Chou for absolutely. The guns make the song sound so Detroit. Who pissed Jay off? I don't know, but like, I haven't really heard guns used like that in tracks. I've heard like little bits of it, but not for an extended instrumental break section. So I think that's really cool. Me too. I like Jay Chou's faster songs. I do like when he's rapping as well. I think that his rapping is very good. Yeah, I don't know about you guys. I find that my favorite Jay Chou tracks are often the ones with the least listens. I think that there's a couple of different main camps of Jay Chou fans, but a lot of them like his more sort of like easier to digest, easy to follow ballads. And then there's the other camp where like, actually no, there's lots of different Jay Chou fans. There's lots of Jay Chou fans. 11 is also good. Good to know. Yeah, I think 11. Oh, Gold Rush Town. I think that Gold Rush Town actually has a music video for that, doesn't it? I've listened on St. Rose so many times on repeat. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. I mean, like, I think that the way to look at it is the gun shooting and the rhythm is the solo section in this track for sure. Hallelujah at the end. Oh, it was Hallelujah at the end. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Okay, good. I'm looking forward to 10. Yeah, some cats are very picky. And I think that, you know, I think to be fair, cats have a special someone. And if you're that someone, you treasure that. You make the world of it. You enjoy that, and you treat your cat like the king or queen it is, you know? Let's do it. I mean, I wish she wasn't so afraid of other people. Yeah, cat. I'm just glad she trusts you, eh? I think that's the thing is if your cat's open to you, they trust you. That's all you can want, right? Let's do it. Track number 10, My Daughter, Your Highness. Interesting. No lyrics for this one. Is that a Wurlitzer? What is that organ in the background? I know what it is, but if you guys can help out, if you know the name of it, that'd be great. It's really cool, really funky.
一早带娃出门上学7点半，一路上车外一堆人们回头看，我心想今天我也没有特别打扮，原来是我把奶瓶忘在车顶上。哈，疯疯癫癫，嘿，风度翩翩，嘿，陪我家公主玩变化万千，嘿，唱逗她唱，嘿，歌逗她点，嘿，车里放的全是冰雪奇缘，嘿，懵懵懂懂是我陪你走过。你怎么动不动就生气说你不爱我？放学后要我钻进零装接你在门口。让我跟你的好朋友们一起手牵手。我疯了吗？你说这才叫生活，却糟了吗？你说我比较温柔。我疯了吗？
Yeah, vocal fry there for sure, absolutely. Was that Jay? Also, is that Jay's kid? Daughter? What a solo.
没开心就说等我老了会照顾我，不开心就把我埋念到土上沟。你下指令我只能够顺着顺的毛毛，就当着我身边的站的千里带动。哈，疯疯癫癫，嘿，风度翩翩，嘿，我千万之路是一种训练，嘿，在你面前，嘿，只能笑脸，嘿，任你不高兴就天崩地裂，嘿，懵懵懂懂是我陪你走过。
喂，美妈，
你怎么动不动就生气，说你不爱我？
不要。
放学后要我钻进连窗，见你在门口。
喂，美妈，
要我跟你的好朋友们一起手牵手。我疯了吗？你说这才叫生活，却找妈妈。你说我比较温柔。
开头。
我疯了吗？到底有没有听错？去找妈妈呀！能不要烦我？
开头吧。
The brass is succulent, dude.
我可以打给你吗？可以吗？我再打给你吧。哎呦，我想你。我想你现在就回家了。
Dude, that is so cool if that is Jay Chou's kid. That is so cool. I love it. My Daughter, Your Highness, track number 10. So, I think just to talk about this track, right? I understand why people were very excited about it. It's a very, very special song. Still don't know if I like it as much as number 9 and number 1, but I'd say it's probably a firm second. No, is it though? It's tricky. I do dig it. I think that it's for different reasons. So I'm not trying to discredit or say it's not a good track. It's like, it's one of those songs where even if I don't necessarily feel it, I can appreciate the impressive sense of musicality and musicianship that is put forward there. For example, that piano solo was wonderful. It was masterful. It was so clean. You can tell that he's doing that on a grand. It was crazy. Crazy solo section, eh? Just the precision on the right hand with those patterns and movements, the speed of it is incredible. Like unconditionally, very good. I think that this kind of bluesy, rocky, funky fusion track that we're doing here, a mixture of minor and dominant seventh chords, it's big band aesthetic, and he smashes it. The vocal parts from the little girl, with the kind of phone filter, it kind of sounds like she's talking through her phone, kind of like she's talking to her dad on the telephone, are wonderful. It's so exuberant, and you can hear them giggling and just having such a great time. And I feel like that is the literal epitome of what a musical experience should be, especially at that point in Jay Chou's career. Bringing your kids in, letting them be a part of the fun, just having good times with it and good vibes. It's proof evident of your success both as a musician and a human being, as a family man, as a father. It's a wonderful thing. And like they just come in and they're just effervescent in their joy to be there. And Jay and the daughter, they go between each other, and they have this wonderful conversation with each other, and they feed off of each other. And you don't really know who the main vocalist is, because even though Jay Chou has this wonderful vocal technique with the fries, explores their range neatly, it has some sort of bluesy phrasings with the scale choices and everything like that, you're kind of still keeping an ear out for what our highness is going to say next. It's just fun. So I think this is a really joyous track, really fun, really pleasant to listen to. It's very, very good. I feel like this is a track where if I listen to it a few times, it's one of those ones that will sort of grow on me, So I'm not trying to say it's not good at all. I just feel like, I think for me, maybe I need to go out of review brain Logan and more into just kind of like enjoying listening Logan to be able to appreciate, more than I already do. If we talk about everything outside of the instrumental performance though, the track itself, 3 minutes 44, is eloquently structured with various verses and choruses and that piano solo and the outro parts there which are spoken, and we just have a mixture of different key and guitar and bass and drum and brass elements that pepper the piece really neatly. You go to the start of it. Is that a distorted bass? Is that just a really fuzzy guitar? And it's so like sparse initially, but there's these call and responses, not call and repeats this time, call and responses with different instruments. I think it is a distorted bass, which is a really groovy move as well, to have that kind of sizzle on that lower element with the pick. I've got hand drums as well, dude, outside of the full kit. I'm wondering if that's just one drummer with a massive drum kit or whether we've got different percussionists. But regardless, using the hand drums at their starting point is really cool because what it makes a low-key pulse to the piece that it isn't too confrontational when we're trying to sort of set the scene, I suppose, with the surrounding elements. The brass is so... it's brilliant in its presence within the piece. It's wonderfully staged within the frequency spectrum and the stereo field. It fills the headphones, and it gives so much life to it. I don't think it's a Hammond organ. I'm going to remember the name of it, or you guys will let me know in the chat if possible, please. As I would like to know the name of that organ. It's kind of escaping me now. But I know it's an organ. Just the mixture of that kind of gives a 70s kind of vibe to it. Very sort of vintage, old school. It's got a fuzzy bass that does kind of remind me of tones from that point in time. Probably a single core strat or something like that as well. I mean, the drums are just phenomenal throughout this. There's a wondrous array of not just the 8th quarters and 16-note grooves on the hi-hats, kicks and snares, but it's also crashes and these fills that are so proficient, dude. The tightness to be able to go across the kit that quickly, and the precision that is... kind of mirrors the control required to be able to do the piano solo, for example. You just need really competent musicians to be able to play music like this in a live or studio setting. You know, you can't quantize it in post. You can't get away with that. So I think that's a wonderful thing, you know, for the percussionists to just be so aware of not only how to play in time and pocket when required, but also to add all these different fun sort of flurries and bits of sparkle and pizzazz when appreciable as well. But the brass knows when to come down as well. It's a supportive element with occasional accents to work alongside the vocals, but it's also kind of peppers away with on beats and syncopated and finds space because ironically, despite how busy a lot of the things are, they're only busy some of the time. It's that nuance and structuring that does elevate this to a point where it says, how does he capture the sound from the 70s that well though? And it's like ghost notes and bits of pianissimo, but also MP and mezzo forte and stuff like that in there as well. It's just got a really sort of sick, easy to follow groove to it. You want to bop your head along to it. And I think it's also a track that doesn't take itself too seriously. And what's kind of dope is that we have all that technicality that's sort of like really impressive piano playing, but it also doesn't feel like too much. But it is also great that we can still find a way to keep things relatively busy without the piano becoming too much of a solo instrument. We will still want to maintain the groove and function and flow in case people think this is just a piano solo by itself. We have the band sort of keeping an eye out for Jay and knowing to build them from there. And again, like just as a call, like the ladies, the little girls' vocals are rhythmic to what's going on musically as well, which is really special. I'm not sure how old the little girl is, whether they're kind of cognizant of being able to do that or not. But just to be able to know to sort of like do it in time or to do it when to do off time, or whether they just kind of cut things and put them together like this. It's very neat. But there's also pregnant pauses and parts where they kind of build and go meh, and they kind of have that control there. It's just it's an explosive live performance there. I feel like I could go on this track for hours. The bluesy phrasings and the pentatonic and like major minor leanings within the piece are really effective from the solo perspective. And the fact that the organ dances around in the background is like a sub layer while still having some distinctive tone, and it is just really neat. Everything had a place and niche. Nothing felt too extra. And it's kind of the randomness and unpredictability of those parts at the end with the It's really cute. Really cute, man. Thematically, minor leaning, but I think it's more sort of talking about how Jay is saying, hey, she's my daughter, your highness. She's in charge with this one, you know? And it's more of an authoritative minor as opposed to a mourning or sort of like being sad about something kind of minor, you know? That kind of funky bluesing phrasing kind of alludes to that, you know? They got swagger. They got finesse, you know? They're going to finesse this. It'll be interesting to see what else Jay Chou does with their family in future. I wish them all the best of luck with that, but just a really cool song. Studio production, recording, mixing, mastering, just great being able to capture the brass, key, organ, guitar, bass, and drum elements so effectively. Just wonderful to be able to have a nice, really sort of solid recording of a live performance with the acoustic instruments played without the need to sort of fix and post because they can just play their instruments. Vocals, Jay Chou's vocals don't sound overproduced. The vocal fry is captured neatly. And yeah, no, great dynamic range, nice and loud pumping, solid. Solid effort. Good stuff. Just gonna have some water and then we're gonna go through chat. Man, I actually, the more I talk about it, the more I appreciate it. You know? Yeah. 11, absolute banger on 11. The song has a similar feeling to Old Indian Turtle Dove, which I remember. Yeah, it does. It does. I can remember that, eh? It is Jay's daughter. Awesome. Because doesn't Jay have more than one kid? I think they have a couple of kids at this point, eh? There is so much more musicality here on the track compared to the others. We can agree to disagree on that front. I respect that. I can understand what you mean in a sense. I think their music is such a broad spectrum nowadays. That like level of musicality. Yeah, no, I won't. I'll go on a tangent if I go further than that. Track 10 is the fresh, true living Janus album. Oh, third child. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, the vocal fry is the passion. You know. I love that songs are unpredictable. That solo caught me off guard. Absolutely. Jay wrote the lyrics. Awesome. I think that that's so important when you're writing a song for your own kid. I feel like someone else writing a song for your kid would be a little bit like the lyrics for your own kid would be a bit weird. It feels like something a dad should do. You know, it's like if you got someone to write your wedding vows, I suppose, or something like that. You know. For me, it's not that catchy, but what makes this song good are the musical technicalities and also the soul. There's a lot of soul to it, I think, because of the vocal fry, but also because of the humanity behind, again, the little girl being involved and everything like that. I think it's very, very, very cool. Yes, it does. That's a nice juxtaposition there that I appreciate as well. We went from MIDI kit for close to whole album to this. Really? Because my understanding is that he did have some acoustic samples in there. Was he using a MIDI kit the whole time? I could have sworn there were some acoustic takes from this. If that's the case, that's crazy, man. Yeah. Obviously, this group loves and appreciates creativity here, but at the end of the day, it doesn't have the same mainstream appeal as the safe songs. Yeah, fair. Fair. I am grateful that Jay is writing music at all, to be fair. I know that's kind of counter to what both people are talking about here. I'm grateful that Jay is making music at all. I'm grateful that he is exploring new things and that he's having fun with music. I think when we really cannot assume or expect musicians to make music for more than an album, let alone 2, let alone 5, let alone 10, let alone 15. I'm not saying that we should be grateful by proxy of that when someone was released. I just as a separate thing, I personally am thankful when someone is successful enough and has that creative output to be able to do that. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. I feel it would be a shame if the music was not that good. But then also at the same time, once you've done 15 albums, maybe you've done all the music you want to do. So for Jay to have found new stuff he wants to do is just really cool. Again, there's been some interesting aesthetics and design decisions here that I feel have been kind of separate from previous works, and that's why I think I do appreciate this album quite a lot. This is a lot of what I wanted from Jay in like the first 10 albums. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. It's a lot of what I wanted from Jay in the first 10 albums. I'm spoiled. I'm spoiled with this one. Yeah, exactly. At this stage point, I want to hear about his real life experience and the chemistry of the band. Bassline, 2 really nice place in the mixed. This one might be Jay's first extensive use of vocal fry. Yeah, and I think it's a risk for Jay because of maybe the issues he's had with his health. But at the same time, if he's learned how to do it safely, he should be able to do it for a few extra decades or so. When he goes into those lower gritty vocals, he sounds like a blues singer. He does. And honestly, I think, like, for real, if he can do this new style of vocals now, that's more for us to enjoy. I think it's sensible to just work with what you got. And thankfully, as per this album, he's got a lot of different ways of talking to us. I liked number 9 a lot. I liked number 1 for how antithetical it was to the genre that it was working with, but I also like how number 10 is with it. I think that committing to the style here would have been good. I don't think Jay could have done the hard rock, gritty, growled vocals and a lot of metal stuff, and I think that's totally fine. It was a smart, sensible decision on his part to do this. Yeah, it's why I've always been optimistic about Jay's voice maturing. Yeah, exactly. The pianos, I'm not surprised. I know that Jay can play piano incredibly well. And it's always great to hear a musician explore their instrument. And it's a great choice for it. I feel like this is one of the most meaningful ways to do it. I could argue potentially that if there was some more electronic stuff, he could do some interesting synth solos. It might have been cool also to have gone from the it might have been cool to have gone from the clean keys in this, like the to an organ solo or something like that. He could have potentially have done that, but then that would have maybe inferred that there were more than one soloist. So I understand why Jay made the decision he did with this one. He's evolving. Hi Logan, first time watching you live. You understand Chinese language? Sorry, no, I don't. I do not understand the Chinese language. I had a go at it back when I was doing the Billy stuff, but it was really hard. I am gonna just very briefly show an immense respect to people who can understand the language. I'm okay with like the Gothic languages or like some of the European languages because they use the alphanumeric stuff that I'm used to. But when I've tried to learn Japanese or Mandarin, oh, it's tough. Even though they show similarities, yeah. So I respect people who are fluent in more than one language, especially if they're that kind. Especially as I know that certain languages also have different meanings depending on the way that you pronounce the consonant or the vowel sound. It's really cool to me. I admire that. Thank you for coming along, by the way. I appreciate it. Jacinda is the youngest, born in 2022. Nice. Awesome. And sup, Ozamad? Hopefully you're well. I'm going to go here and use Deep L to translate this. Excellent. What do we have there? Is Her Majesty next? We have... yeah, so we just had Her Highness, I think. We got Gold Rush Town, though. Track number 11. Yeah, I'm glad he has passion, for sure. I think this is one of his most recent videos, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I like the combination of elements. I feel like I'm missing context with the English versus the... But it's nice to have English in there, I appreciate that. Really interesting sound design for this part with the ambient textures. We were going lower octave for that part, weren't they? That was sneaky. He's using his chest voice more in those lower parts as a sub layer. That's good. Yeah, he's definitely using his voice in effective ways. Very use of Foley with their slide guitars and the eagles overhead. So I think that was good. That was Old Town. It was Gold Rush Town. Now, it kind of reminds me of Old Town Road a little bit. It reminds me of it a little bit. Not to a point where I think it's derivative by any means, but just when I think of the song, it reminds me of that one a little bit with some of the textures and sort of like tonal decisions and stuff like that. But to be fair to Jay Chou, I do think that he fully commits to that cowboy western aesthetic there with variety of elements we have within it. And I think that ultimately it's a compelling performance. I think that his vocals across the hook lines are effective. I like the way that he double tracks underneath to add more sort of presence to his harmonies. I think the rapped verses as well are good there. They're a bit more sort of percussive there, and they work in well as 16ths a lot to contrast or sort of like leading to some of the tom foils and fills that we have to transfer between parts. I also think it's kind of a brave move, if not mistaken. It could be tripping to simply have the instrumental kind of element bring us in without having any vocals for a bit. I think that it's a brave way to allow a track to be longer by simply allowing you to have more of the actual coloration or the atmosphere and environment around then. I imagine it might have something to do with the music video or something like that that's brought in, although given the first track and how that was a 7-minute one, maybe the video is longer than this is additional context. I do wonder if he's putting his vocals over that middle part there around 210. It's kind of, I can't go as high as he's doing, but there's like a ghostly kind of like breathiness to it, like the wind whistling over a head. I also think the whistles are really effective, so I don't know if it's Jay doing the whistles or someone else. It does make you imagine immediately cowboy western, which I think is really neat, and that perpetuates throughout. And part of me is like, did it need to be an all the time thing? And I think that it's fine for it to be an all the time thing, primarily because there's all these other elements going on. I think if the composition had been less busy than this, it might have been a little bit too much, but because we had enough variety going in there, it's totally fine. And to be fair, it isn't there all the time. Like, for example, the outside bit, it doesn't. I think this is kind of like one of those staircase tracks where you start with kind of 2 or 3 main components, because again, within this album, at no point does Jay Chou just have one thing. And I gotta hand it to Jay Chou, because it's a competent vocal performance, but it's also structurally kind of fascinating. We have verses and choruses, more an instrumental layering structuring thing as opposed to like because it's relatively easy to follow along to. You've got instrumental breaks as well as verses and choruses and everything like that. There's a relative smoothness between the chorus and verse parts that I'm not necessarily sure if I get it, because I feel like if we'd been too sort of stop-starting there, maybe we wanted the smoothness going between them. And I'm 50-50 on whether the transitions between verses and chorus were too smooth for my parts. I mean, I know that we had the tom fills going between them, and that was meant to be the bit of adjustment or sort of change in sort of like intensity that we maybe required to it. I think we did adjust the drum fills between those different parts. It's okay. You have those different guitar takes immediately, and we're spoiled because they're asymmetrical in the stereo field. You have like some sort of like sub-lead kind of slidey kind of elements there, and we have like steel strings picked on another part there, and we have like a lead guitar solo, don't we? We do have a lead guitar solo. I was wondering about that. I was tripping there for a second. I was thinking it's not just verse chorus the entire time, is it? Clearly not. But like, because it's asymmetrical, immediately within that first 10 seconds, you just have a far more interesting experience, as opposed to if you double track the guitars doing the same thing. You could have potentially gotten away with that, but Jay is definitely trying to retain your attention within this one. So if you want a more consistent experience, TLDR, you have both side guitar recording doing the same thing. If you want to provoke intrigue, you make them different in different rhythms and different note choices. And so you have 3 different compelling elements there until you get into like the that part there where we have again those sort of trappish hip-hop elements there, which has been a staple of this genre for the most part, clearly different to the previous track, but it's a different type of song, this one. And again, considering the country sort of Western hip-hop leanings that we've had throughout the 2020s so far, I'm actually unsurprised that Jay has gone in this direction. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. The use of the 808 with those kicks, they're nicely tuned within each other, and I think there's enough variety rhythmically within the percussive elements there to kind of either go alongside what Jay Chou is doing or sort of go in unison with it there. It's a halftime feel to it there. It's kind of like going through the track, kind of pulling along. And just in terms of every long night in a town, sing a song and blur, every bright and light shining down, sing a song and blur. I'm kind of wondering whether Gold Rush Town is like a place where there are a lot of temptations, and maybe you're getting drunk or getting a little bit too loaded in Gold Town Rush, and you're singing a song and blur because you're kind of experiencing a bit too much in the nightlife, or maybe it's a blur because of how frantic or wild it is. Maybe your memories of it are a blur, I'm not sure. Regardless, it's still interesting. I just wanted to comment on the English parts simply because they're there, and I feel like not being attentive to that might be a little bit of a misdemeanor, you know what I mean? I think that the transitions halfway with those snare parts are good, little claps and stuff, and it's great to sort of switch out the verse in their rap section there. That's all good, for sure. I mean, I think that's sensible. And going between like the verse rapped and then the chorus sung parts is good there. There's a lot of consistency, I think, between those different elements there, which is the reason for that smoothness, the different guitar takes. But just going back to that midsection there really quickly, to have the drums but maybe a little bit filtered, a bit less low key. I don't think we had the bass in that part, to be fair, which is part of why things kind of sound like they're floating quite a lot. Oh, there's a really heavy piano in there's dom, that low note, a sense of, it's very dire sounding. You can imagine something terrible happening, but we're not trying to sort of weigh down the listener too much. It's like a distant kind of menace to it. But I think the slide guitars are just very sort of like coherent to the genre, the country styling genre there. You can imagine someone playing slide guitar whilst Jay Chou speaks their truth. Some of the dominant 7th chords that we have within this harmonically make a lot of sense. So I'm just trying to maybe make sure I didn't miss anything there. Again, the use of the eagle foley sets the scene for being out in the desert. Anything else? Yeah, and that asymmetry continues throughout the rest of it, kind of harkens the end of the piece there. And you do feel like you've experienced that country hip hop kind of styling, that genre fusion that's become more prevalent recently. And I don't mind that at all. So I think it's good. Thematically, again, minor leaning because it seems like we're going through a difficult time simply from the way that we express ourselves vocally in those verse sections. We seem a little bit kind of more uncertain of ourselves. We're kind of calling out in the choruses there, wondering how to cope with it. We've got to, and we're trying to be catchy, but also trying to be sort of hashtag relatable, I suppose, to a certain extent, with the way we kind of approach those chanted or sung harmonies. But yeah, it's minor leaning due to the struggle we have in, again, Gold Rush Town. It's maybe the place where dreams were meant to be made and it's turned into a nightmare or something along those lines. But I think that a lot of the brighter textures try not to allow this track to feel too down. I think it's a good fusion of country and hip hop. And I'm just glad, again, with studio production perspective, I'm glad that we combined the acoustic elements like the strings and stuff with the hip hop, the 808s and then the drums and stuff like that, without overplaying things, even though the drums were quite busy, a reasonable amount of the time. But we also had moments of peace, like the outro track. I'm just glad we had the dynamic range from a compositional production perspective to allow the guitars to sound quieter in that end section, to allow us to not have bass in the wistful kind of middle part there to sort of split the track in two. And just genuinely, yeah, no, it's still produced very well. Nice and loud bit of pumping there. And I think this is a track where you might want to watch the video to get the real sort of full extent of it, but nonetheless appreciated the musicality of it. And yeah, it's cool. We're trying different things. No track has been the same. It's good. Track 11. Might even need some risers in between sections going up, which makes sense again. But yeah. Sup, Ivanu. Welcome to the live stream. Hopefully you're well. I can understand the catchiest one. I think I like my dynamic range in pieces, and there was that here. I don't know how you could have changed the transitions between verses and choruses to make them a bit more kind of dynamic. I think they were fine, and I think again the attempt in the middle was to split it up, maybe by cursor of that being the case. Yeah, cool. Oh, it's from the previous track. Crazy. Bald eagle alert. Yeah, it is an eagle. I'm glad that I got an eagle. Part of me was like, is that a vulture? But I was like, no, I don't think vultures make sounds. Oh, no, I got car or something like that. I don't know. That could be could be a crow. Oh, okay. A lot of people is. Yeah, fair, I hear you. You could have potentially had like a lead solo in the center or something like that, sort of switch things up. I mean, there's that adjustment going into the high ranges or something like that to kind of make it a bit more sort of dreamy there, but I hear you that they could have done more as well. Maybe Jay Chou was like, nah, we're at 4 minutes, we've had a song, we don't want to get their hopes up for an additional part, let's just end the track there, you know? In Melbourne, that's cool. That kind of blows my mind, but then again, there is a percentage of Australia that is kind of either cowboys or desert. Oh, song was composed after the music video. The lyrics are related to the history of Sovereign Hill too. Yeah, Illusion Miss. Yeah, it's tricky. That's going to be a conversation for people to have with Jay Chou, because I do remember hearing some pretty awful stuff that happened back then with that Gold Rush, yeah. I feel like and the song equally stand out, which makes it difficult for me to know what to say about it. Yeah, I feel you. Thank you, the Kari Young Tom. I appreciate that. You having a go at that for me, because I with the Children in the Sun, the original track, I could kind of have parallels with a broader message that I think was really good, as compared to some tracks from Jay Chou where it's been so specific to a certain thing that you needed the music video to really figure it out. I think here potentially we've been more cognizant of the need to be a bit more open with some of our meanings, to sort of make it appreciable both from the audio and visual perspective separately as well as together. Yeah. Okay, fair. Do you think that they were trying to put the English lyrics in there simply to try and appeal more to an English audience who might just want a bit of a hint there? Oh, Vincent. Fair. Do you mean like a parallel measure? There might be a parallel major or something like that, eh? Yeah, he might have gone up for that chord for sure, absolutely. Song and blur means. Yeah, he was so tired. Yeah, I kind of wonder, that's what I was mentioning earlier when I was going through it. I was thinking, is it more sort of referring to people being drunk and kind of sing the night away and then looking for stuff during the day? I'm not sure though. Yeah, that to be fair, that is absolutely, I hear you, Jacob. There is a lot of that now with K-pop and stuff. They do try and include their English just to appeal to a wider audience, for sure. I just also want to give thank you guys sincerely for helping me with these tracks and trying to sort of figure out what's going on. It's been good to learn more about Jay Chou through this. Sup, Shiwang? Welcome to the live stream. We're getting close to the end of it, though. With that said, we've got 2 more tracks to go. Country Road. Interesting. Let's do it. More country. Sorry, no lyrics for this one, unfortunately, eh?
这趟旅途开着车经过了20那棵树，我边弹你边讲多少年的路，剩下的你给的终于对不住。
I like the tone of that guitar. Is it DI'd?
熟悉的沙漠舞在那转弯处，你一步我一步走到了幸福，故乡里的告白只是人人清楚。你熟悉在草堆上，我静静看着你脸庞，我猜想在有你的地方。我将情歌大声唱，你们将这的口喝下，举起杯，敬青春的过往。
Woo! He did it. Has he done that earlier in this album? The whoo? Because he does that in every album, doesn't he? I think it's cool, by the way. I think it's cool. Because that's a banjo, isn't it, right?
经过了20那棵树，我边弹你边唱多少年的路，傻傻的你给的终于对不住。乡间的路，熟悉的沙漠舞在那转弯处，你一步我一步走到了幸福，故乡里的告白只是人人清楚。看那风飞扬，飘动你长发，你淡妆的侧脸像那水彩画，路旁的火卡摘了玫瑰花，那一年的我对你装傻不回答。我心里有好多话，就是我心里却只敢陪你走到家。你熟悉在草堆上，我静静看着你脸庞。
Really assertive clap in there in place of a snare.
我将情歌大声唱，你们将这的口喝下，举起杯，敬青春的过往。在陪你散步的路上，我想在你的脸绽放，无畏风中的牧场，这个画面充满花香。在有你的地方，我将情歌大声唱，将这的口喝下，敬青春的过往。
Excellent. Just a nice way to sort of get close to finishing the album. As I understand it, if I'm not mistaken, I think this track at the end was a track released a little while ago. So this is, as I understand it, the final track of this album. It's kind of an interesting final track there. I'm gonna reserve the Christmas track being the last track, the intention behind that. I just feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how to take this as the final track. It just kind of finishes kind of bluntly, you know what I mean? We've had some other tracks in previous albums where they've just been a lot more sort of grandiose in their approach and the output. But it's okay. Well, we're gonna talk about this one, Country Road. I think that if I take Jay Chou's vocal takes and all the various ways he communicated with us into consideration, I think this is meant to be more of an upbeat kind of positive tune. It seems like maybe after Gold Rush Town, we're kind of on the road trying to find something new. And maybe we've had some difficulties in Gold Rush Town and we're kind of sobered up a little bit and we're ready to sort of explore more of the world and kind of appreciate the possibilities from a different angle or a different perspective. Maybe traveling is the way we want to kind of like approach it. Like there's little chants that we do are just so feel good and so wholesome and so warm and vibrant. I dig it. That'd be like cheesy if we weren't so unapologetically committed to the bit. Like we're trying to make a poppy, cheery little tune there with the mixture of guitar and sort of banjo takes and everything like that. It's very kind of earthy with a lot of its tones and textures, but at the same time, it's very sort of feel good, you know? And we've got those similar sort of vocal stylings and takes we've had in previous parts of the track, so you know it's still kind of connected to the same album. But I just want to go to the end there. I like those overdubs. I don't know if this is something Jay Chou has done in previous tracks within the album, but he sings over himself in a different octave. And he kind of does this kind of belt that goes over it. And you can hear that he's comfortable with that positioning of it. It isn't anything super grandiose. But what it does is provide an adjustment of how things are perceived from the listener at the end of the piece. I think that's so important because what we have is an adjustment of expectations before we finish. And so you don't feel like you're getting too much of the same thing. I know that seems like an obvious thing, but really, you know, technically speaking, with what we have within us, you could have potentially had more. I think when you are relatively formulaic with some of the approaches to your composition and performance, you do need that extra bit of zazz on the outro to really sort of clinch it, and I think we handled that there. And it's the way they're not absolutely rhythmical with each other. They're kind of arrhythmical and they kind of layer better because they're not trying to sort of have the attention all at the same time. They're kind of like piecemeal, but it's kind of neat just to finish the track like this, you know. You know, like it's relatively accessible and easy to follow along to. And I think maybe the approach behind this was more for Jay Chou to make us feel good as we leave onto greener pastures after having listened through his work before the Christmas song. To talk about the track more sort of instrumentally though, as I feel like a lot of the comments I made about him vocally carry from previous tracks here. It's a song where it's very cheery as well with the guitar parts, with the picked fingerstyle or sort of like arpeggiated guitar parts there. It's a very sort of like accessible, bright sounding, major leaning sort of like rhythm elements there. There's just a really pleasant accompaniment to a lot of what Jay Chou is trying to do on the microphone there. And it's something that carries the entire time when it isn't being replicated on a banjo for a slightly different texture or timbre there at the later stage. You mean, to be fair, you do have the sample drums you've had in previous tracks there, but it's also a case of thinking, would this track have necessarily sounded better with an acoustic kit? And I almost feel like I'm used to it being sampled electronic drums and basses at this point, to say work this kind of album is made by that in part. I think the claps though are a nice adjustment there. To have the claps in space of a snare is maybe not something we've had too much of. To have it as a prominent part of the composition is cool, because what it's saying is, hey, we're all in this together, you know, like that. I dig it. I dig it. But yeah, you just have that trade-off to the different string texture of the banjo there, and it's like he's aware that we've gotten used to the guitar at that point, and even though we're playing a similar melody, it's just a bit more refreshing because of that. So I think the 808s are relatively well behaved. You have similar quarters, eighths, and sixteenths with some fills going between sections, some little kind of glitchy fills there, and bits of faster rhythms before we kind of explode to a similar normal time groove through the hooks. Oh, we have double time there. I don't actually know if it had double time up until this point. Have we had double time up until this point? 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't usually have the snares on the beats, you know. I think that's very cool to have as a different thing at this point. It's like an interlude kind of thing. And I think to have the drums not be there at the end was great because it basically lets you know, hey, we're on the outro part of this. The bell curve is coming down at that point, you know. And these things, like, I kind of got lost in the music a little bit. And maybe it's simply because we're getting to the end of the review session as well. I didn't catch this rap part that clearly the first time. Not that I'm noticing it more now. And just adjusting the position of ourselves and the frequency spectrum vocally between parts is also very good. So I think that just to close, this track instrumentally has a lot of similar textures that are put forward there, and ideas and instrumental parts there. You adjust for the interlude going double time there, but we're not trying to do anything too sort of extravagant or out of this world with the instrumental parts. It's more trying to be a safe outro that's trying to sort of be just happy sounding. Yeah, and I feel like I'm still missing stuff out. Like, I feel like this is one of those tracks where, like, it's a sleeper build where, like, if you don't pay attention, there's stuff you'll miss. Yeah, and I mentioned the clicks at the start as well, but the clicks being more sort of like a low-key, sort of like percussive element alongside the claps. It's really people coming together to sort of enjoy themselves on the country road, sort of tuning out together. Thematically, major leaning, but it's got some sus chords as well, some majors for a bit of a kind of more neutral glow to it. It's definitely sort of like sparkly and positive. It's a positive way to finish things. I like it. We didn't have any sort of like harsh edges or sort of like uncomfortable chromatics or anything like that. Very, very good in terms of that approach. I think if you'd had any sort of like darkness or kind of like quirks in that regard, it would have been a little bit too extra. Studio production, recording, mixing, and mastering for this one, just before we get on to the last track, it's tender sounding. Again, it's not too squeezed. Vocals come through clearly regardless of what Jay Chou is doing. The guitars, banjos, bass, drums, etc. Nice fusion of modern and sort of like classic, more acoustic elements without needing to phone in either. A bit more sort of like safe layering wise, but like commercial grade in terms of production. Yeah. I think it's just great to have the clicks and claps captured as well. It's not actually easy to cleanly capture this. You kind of need to room record. But when you can do it, it's done well. And it's nice for the clicks to be actually audibly quiet as a sub layer to make it seem a bit more sort of intimate. Yeah, that was number 12. Good job. So what have we got happening on? One more of these before our big conclusion, I suppose. Incidentally, I know this video has been longer than I expected. I've been trying to be relatively succinct, but I just think it's just taken long to talk about this piece. I can imagine wanting to hit the Western market with this. Yeah, I think that's also a way. I think that, to be fair to Jay, maybe the lyrics are they're quite clever lyrics. There's multiple ways you could interpret it. I can hear the Taylor Swift element to it. I can hear David Tao in it as well. Yeah, I remember that. I like the woo. Feeling like going for a road trip listening song? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I feel you. It's definitely road trip material. Oh, so that was a high note he hit there. Sick. That's good. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Owen. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I try to wear this jacket when I do live streams. It's not great to wear around kids because there's a few bad words on there, but otherwise it's good. He wanted to find a home for that song. It's a nice little jingle. I feel like it sounds better. Yeah, it does. I think it's just a nice, cozy way to finish. Oh, sketch. Something light. Oh, okay. Right. I see. Well, I'm looking forward to this last track because I like Christmas. So this is the final track for today. Christmas Star featuring Gary Yang. Lo-fi hip-hop aesthetic initiated.
旋落的相邻和雪花的相遇，当作是我对你离开描绘的旋律，才活写了许能过童话的过去。远方的烟囱冒着烟。
Oh, that bass is violent.
那是我让圣诞老人捎去的香味，迷路的窗边，圣诞花的许愿，等待时间。梦境沉睡在模糊，钟声叫醒雪的晨露，手写的围墙的室内生活不像拆开了礼物。我放下圣诞的曲目，放不下当烛火点燃的孤独，我还在回想拥抱的我的爱，就像圣诞树底的星星。
Okay, there's kind of Christmas stuff happening. I feel like he could have gone into the Christmas more. I feel like it could be more Christmassy. I can hear the bells. You know, maybe it's like a lyric thing. Oh, this sleigh bells as well, to be fair. Oh, auto-tune. I mean, the rapping's really cool. How are they gonna finish this though? All right. Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas. Even if it's not in clearly, you know, it doesn't have to be English, but you know what I mean, like. You know what? I'll give him that. I do like my bell trees. I do like my bell trees. I'm gonna give them that. There was a bell tree near, so clearly this is a 10 out of 10. That was actually quite interesting. So that was Christmas Star featuring Gary Yang. The 13th and final track. I feel better about this being a final track to the album than the 12th. I just feel like this. I don't know. You could have made it more Christmassy by adding more Christmas sounds to it. But I like my Christmas unbiased. Okay. So vocal performances from Jay Chou and Gary Yang. Comfortable within their double track, clean vocals within the chorus parts, harmonizing neatly with surrounding elements there. The rapped parts were kind of neat as well, were a bit quicker with things. The words came through clearly. It was quite well handled in that regard. You know, call and responses, or call and repeats. I'm going to call them call and repeats from now on. Call and repeats. With those vocal parts in a different range there. Gary Yang's vocals. I don't know if I necessarily like the styling in his vocals. I think that he didn't necessarily need to have the tuning that Gary Yang had on his vocals in the second verse. It just sounded a little bit kind of, like kind of it sounded a little bit too synthetic to me personally. Yeah, no, I don't like it. I don't. It just sounds a little bit too synthetic for me. It just seems like they had the meta tune and put it to 10, and they were like, if you miss a single note, we're gonna lose your record contract. It's just, I feel like it's so different to what Jay is doing that it's too much for. It kind of sounds like Robo Christmas. If I'm you know, but I just, that's a personal thing. You could have just maybe had a little bit less auto tune. I'm sure the guy can sing, and I just feel like it would have blended just a little bit better. I understand what they're doing from the perspective of two things. One, maybe Gary just does his vocals like that generally, and it's more of a kind of I'm the more modern artist, therefore I use the most auto-tune kind of thing. Even though arguably auto-tune was prevalent throughout the 2000s when Jay Chou was coming up to a far more kind of cynical amount a lot of the time, and it wasn't as stylistically appreciated. But also, I just think, yeah, it just sounded a bit awkward when there was one point where he kind of dipped a little bit and it kind of glitched a little bit, you know. Yeah, it's just such a contrast to when you go away from Gary's vocals and then you go into the softer, more smoother double track parts of Jay's after that in the bridge section now. It's effective in terms of a chorus. I can appreciate why people were not as happy with it, and I also appreciate why people were. Outside of the fact that it could be more Christmas objectively and subjectively, and you could be regardless, I think, in my opinion. I think also the chord progression is this is a type of music I know that will appeal to people and that is fashionable right now. It's that kind of progression where, like, if you lived in a cave and hadn't heard it before, you'd be like, wow, this is really fresh sounding. But like when you've listened to a lot of tracks that have similar patterns to it, you go, yeah, no, I've heard this one before. I understand. I can predict where this is going to go. And because it's relatively safe in terms of a collaboration itself, with Gary being even safer with his vocal takes, and it's not necessarily as vocally interesting to me, or maybe even necessarily harmonically interesting to me. I did like the bell tree at the end, though. I thought it was great. I like the sleigh bells and the little. I feel like you could have potentially have added additional bell layers or other kind of like jingles and stuff laid that over the top of it. You could have done more, but then also it's their Christmas song, and who am I to judge? I think having the kind of the record player turn on, with the lo-fi guitar layers, single coil, bit filtered, playing those jazzy chords there, with the picked elements there, with some slides to add a bit of smoothness to it. Isolation outside of it being a Christmas track is totally fine. I don't have an issue with lo-fi hip-hop at all. And then the clicks, again, that low key feel to the kind of like the starting percussion is fine. You go into sort of slightly heavier elements as you go later on, but it's just a sensible thing to do when you start a piece, is to not have massive drums slamming you in the face immediately. And you do have the jingle, jingle, jingle in the background, so it does sound kind of Christmassy, but there are sub layers at the same time. But then I also understand if you made them sort of dominant, it might be a little bit too much. The drums that come in, not because I dislike it, simply because I am probably going to like the album after this as opposed to the whole thing. I did like it, I just... I mean, I think the breathiness of those vocal takes in the chorus is cool. So I think even though I feel like the chord progression's a little bit generic and uninteresting and a lot of it's kind of predictable. I mean, the bells are fine, they're Christmassy, but then we also hear a lot of bells in other types of genres nowadays. Bells aren't necessarily just a Christmas thing anymore, you know? And like the way the vocals go between the center and the sides of the stereo field is really neat as well, you know, that's fine. And the bass, I want to talk about the bass really quickly. So that bass is probably one of the most aggressive basses I think I've heard in this entire album so far. When that bass, that 808 came in, it swamped the mix. And I was like, whoa, okay, you're being thoroughly assertive here, aren't you, Mr. 808? And I think that it's neat to have... Yeah, that's so resonant. I feel like that's potentially too resonant. That could potentially have been lowered a little bit. This 808 could have been lowered a little bit. It's just kind of awkward sounding how it pops in like that to me. Like in an isolation, it's fine. When you've got everything, it's fine because the frequency spectrum is laid out and you can follow along to things easily. Like when you've got the full kit in with the hi-hats, snares and kicks, etc. like that, it's fine. Things sidechain, they're good. But yeah, I think ultimately, it's more just a celebration of the collaboration between Jay Chou and Gary Yang, trying to find trying to make a track together. I think their own styles, they do mesh well enough together for the most part. Instrumentally, with the mixture of the triads, the sort of single coil electrics, kind of arpeggiating and strumming, etc., with the slow builds, the 808s formulating the root notes, the drums, with a mixture of different sort of fills, and a similar styling to previous tracks throughout the album. Typically, sort of predominantly sort of being quarter, eighth, and 16th focused there. With syncopated parts to switch things up between checks in a way that's kind of, like easy to follow along with. It's fine. There's risers, and then there's the Christmas elements that, the bells and stuff that make it sound Christmassy. There wasn't anything thematically that made it sound Christmassy to me, but then again, it's okay. Maybe, a good Christmas song doesn't need to punch you in the face with how holiday season it is. That's not what I'm getting at all. I just suppose for me, a successful Christmas track is that I need to hear it and think Christmas. And I think most of this is dominant to more the styling of the music as opposed to the aesthetic of the different instruments and how they go together, as opposed to it being in that tune. I feel like you could have gone a lot more kind of... Anyways, you know this. Thematically, minor leaning. And I don't know why it's minor leaning. I think it's just trying to be like low-key suave, kind of hip about it. But at the same time, I don't know why Christmas Star is like that. It seems we had a beat that we wanted to kind of have both people be happy with, and we didn't necessarily know how to commit to it. There's a bell tree at the end, I think, with maybe Santa going over the sky or something like that, which is kind of cool. That kind of indicates to me. But for me to feel a sense of wonderment at the end of the track is kind of, I don't know if that's necessarily effective. Either way, minor leaning with maybe sort of like nuance to the extensions. Studio production wise, the vocals, again, I'm not super fond of the amount of production or modulation on Gary's voice, if I'm not mistaken. I like Jay's vocals in the mix. I thought they were great. I don't mind tuning and styling of vocals, just FYI. I just feel like it was just a bit too much for the context of the different instruments that we had within this, especially with Jay being relatively raw in comparison. The guitars, bass, drums, everything else within the mix, the risers, they all were well leveled, even though the bass was a bit sort of like dominant. And yeah, even though I thought the Christmas elements were a bit subtle, I think if you brought them forward, it might have been too on the nose. Nice and loud, bit of side chaining, bass compression limiting is handled. Yeah, I think it fits the album. I'm still kind of happy with it ending. I just wish it'd been more Christmas. But anyways, it's okay. Okay, anyways, that's track 13. I kind of went in a bit tangent with that one, but yeah. Christmas Star I consider to be a bonus track. This one sounds like the trending to the album. Hearing this song makes me laugh. I like the song, but many hate it when it was released. Why do you hate stuff, man? Guys, why do you hate stuff when it's released? Hate, I know that we might be hyperbolizing it, but hate is such a strong word for something. I feel like you can hate things. There are things that are far more reasonable to hate, I think if you're that offended by this track, then you probably not got many problems in your life, Oh, the music video gave it a Christmas feel. Yeah, there you go. So that's it. Thank you. That's exactly what I thought. I thought there was something more to it. The lyrics don't have much to do with Christmas itself. Yeah. Yeah, it is woman cozy. I feel like the way to potentially interpret it is after Country Road, they go off on their own adventure. They're in a cabin in Christmas time, and they're just enjoying their time together at the end of the time. This should have been released at Christmas. This should have been released in November last year or December last year. That would have been so cool to have released it at the end. Because then you could have given your wife the Christmas present, you could have given your kid the Christmas present of being in the album, and then you could have had the last kind of track. That would have been so perfect in timing. I'm really not sure why he released it now. I feel like it would have been better to have done it at Christmas, but it's just me. It's just me. Because he could have gotten away with it because he had a Christmas track at the end, I think the song would have been better without Gary. Yeah, I mean, yeah, potentially. But also, Oh, you don't know if you can sing well? I mean, I can't sing well. No, that's not the right response to that. What I mean is, I feel like Jay would have a reason. He's intelligent. Jay's intelligent. I'm sure that he brought Gary on either for collaboration with an artist that he saw respected, wanted to have a future with, or wanted to support them on their way up. Or maybe Jay thinks that Gary's style is dope and wanted to do something different there and wanted to sort of like appeal to a different audience. I'm not sure. Regardless, I mean, both his and Jay's voice was declining around the same time. Fair. Oh, cool. Thank you, JB Yang. I appreciate that. I get it. So you probably couldn't have gone away with having the album released in the same part as the single. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, and I have no idea whether Jay was touring then. Either way, it's still cool. Look, guys, that's the album. So we're gonna do an overall conclusion of this album now. I'm just gonna go into here. I'm gonna make myself big. I'll respond to chat before the end. Don't worry, respond to you guys before the end. This is my overall conclusion of my review of this album from an act named Jay Chou, titled Children of the Sun. In this section, I'm going to be providing an overall analysis of everything from vocals all the way to the production, as well as any applicable constructive critique, and then finally my general thoughts from a listener's perspective. But first of all, what do we think this album is about? I don't think this album... no, it is. I think if I was to sort of take a gander at it without understanding most of the lyrics, I think Jay is trying to communicate very simply, irrespective of other parts of the album, that if you continue to fight, especially with Children of the Sun, you go through difficulties like, you know, with Gold Rush Town, you have moments of doubt, you continue to fight through it, you're going to get on that country road, and you're going to have a really cozy Christmas. That's what I kind of take it as. You know, there are moments like Sicily in the Aegean Sea where I think we're discussing adventures we've had, as well as Aurora in July. We've got a celebration of our marriage, I do, as well as My Daughter Your Highness, which is a celebration of their daughter. And so I think what we're accomplishing here is not just them sort of doing more with like with the concept of trying to sort of show people that they can continue to fight through the difficulties to get to a brighter future, and that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But I think it's also that Jay just wanted to accomplish a few things, but has managed to, I think, do both this time. I think Jay managed to finish this passion project whilst also having a kind of a theme that kind of was, and that was rounded, and I think he managed to do all the different vocal things he wanted to do. He managed to do all the different styles and take the risks that he wanted to do. Like, I think that there were particular tracks like Children of the Sun, Aurora in July, My Daughter Your Highness, got even not so much Christmas Star. I'm still not decided on Christmas Star. I think there were songs in here that are very special. I think my favorite track, just to get out of the way, was probably, it was a mix-up of Children of the Sun and Saint. Saint with that gun percussion was so dope. I love Saint so much. I thought it was really, really neat. But just, I have my leanings towards my rock and metal, and it was the fact that Jay with Children of the Sun did not feel the need to skimp on it. Like, he made it really heavy with those double kicks, the distorted guitars, that the turntablism was very early mid-2000s, was also capturing a lot of his earlier work, again with the turntablism and everything like that. It was neat, but that's what I think the album is about. It's him exploring different genres he might not have done before, such as Aurora being very sort of ambient and interesting, and really committing to the bit with Children of the Sun. I think there were some songs he wanted to make for people that he appreciated, and I think generally he wanted to maybe provide an album which had messaging, basically saying, even though things are difficult right now, they won't be forever. You just got to keep going. Ganbatane. Just got to continue to fight and get through it. His vocals throughout the album were very good. I am not going to talk about each of these tracks individually, as they have their own individual mini conclusions, and this review is almost over 3.5 hours. at this point. So it's going to be very, 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 very long. And I hope, thank you for you guys who have stuck through it the whole way. I appreciate it sincerely. It's been good to talk to people and hear what you think. His vocals, whether they are clean, double tracked cleans, overlapping harmonies, bit of head voice, a bit of chest voice, bit of falsetto, his kind of rapped parts, especially in tracks like Saint were cool. Having his daughter come in, and My Daughter Your Highness was really neat as well, because he could bounce off of her and they could have their sort of conversations, have fun. He had vocal fry. He harmonized really effectively with the surrounding elements in regards to the composition, the different tracks, because a variety of different instruments throughout this album, which I personally appreciated. And even in Christmas Star featuring Gay Yang, he showed an awareness of where he needed to be, irrespective of whether I thought that the combination of the vocal performances was good. I think with Gary Yang, even though I appreciate he was doing his own sort of thing, I don't have a feeling of who Gary Yang is from listening to that. I think, if anything, part of what works so well with Jay is that even though he did some sort of more low-key filtered lead synthy parts with his vocals, like he used vocal tuning as an instrumental thing, like a synthetic thing in one of the tracks. He could just sing really cleanly outside of that and rap neatly. And he was aggressive when he needed to be, assertive when he needed to be, almost melancholic when he needed to be. His expressions in general were quite effective, and ultimately I just feel that there were very few tracks in this album that were not compelling vocally. I even liked some of the English parts that, even though we didn't necessarily understand what he was saying immediately, it was still good to hear his perspective on that. So ultimately very satisfied with the way that he has communicated. Yeah, so his vocals are handled really well. It's just great to hear him do more vocal fry and to take more risks. I think these tracks structurally range from 2 minutes 55 all the way up to 5 minutes. With Children in the Sun, the original video, I think the video for Children in the Sun is like 7 minutes long. There was not a moment within this album where I thought there was filler. There have been some tracks that I've heard from Jay. Oh, to be fair, maybe Who Cares, but that's because I wanted to have strings over the end of the last half chorus of Who Cares. I just felt there was more room to do that. There was maybe more room at the end. I think someone mentioned more room at the end of Gold Rush Town to sort of explore the melodies there. But ultimately, I really did like what was going on. Structurally with these tracks, a mixture of different verses, choruses, bridges, interludes, middle eights, breakdowns, solo sections, such as with track number 10, My Daughter Your Highness, with a phenomenal piano solo. But then it was also what was going on with track number 4, The Girl from Hunan, with the erhu and swanas and all those kind of sub instruments. We had the vocal synth thing as a sub lead in certain parts. We had these compositions of instruments per track that almost never felt sort of like phoned in. I mean, aside from maybe the 13th track there, where I'm not necessarily I wasn't wowed by the choices we made, but I think 13 was just trying to be very safe for a Christmas song, and it's fine. It's okay. It's all good. It's just, how do you talk about 20 different instruments without kind of overdoing it? We're going to lump them together. In terms of guitars, we had a mixture of fingerstyle strummed guitar parts. We had our sort of like cleaner, chorusy elements in some parts there, which sounded kind of chimey. We had some sort of country phrasing there with slide guitars and the Gold Rush one. We had chug distorted guitar chords in Children of the Sun, which is really cool. It was nice and heavy, and it had a really dope tone to it as well. I liked the feel of those, the intensity of those power chord elements there. We had some octave chords and some sort of like sub leads as well on the guitars, which were really neat, and some really kind of finicky, kind of intricate, picked kind of like really cool ideas in the upper part of the fretboard. Some like leads there, exploring the upper end of the bar chords with hammer-ons and pull-offs and legato. I think they were really cool as well. We explored the guitar quite a bit. There weren't any guitar solos, but I don't think we necessarily needed those within this piece. We understood there was enough going on with the leads and instrumental layers anyways to not need more of that. So I feel like the guitars typically they had their own personalities per piece. There were some textural consistencies between tracks, but nothing that felt too alien. I thought it was also good in tracks like number 12 to have the banjo kind of feed off of that and to kind of have its own plucked piece. There are also some plucked instruments like the pipa, if I'm not mistaken, as well as use of harps in certain sections and other string elements there, depending on what we went in. I mean, there was also the string sections there, either articulating certain parts of mids to highs to add a sense of romanticism to tracks like number 2, if I'm not mistaken, Sicily, a sense of intrigue to tracks like number 1, Children of the Sun, with dramatic dynamic range, just very sort of expressive and colorful, and it made it seem like something sort of terrible had occurred, or it was very sort of like aware of how loud or quiet it needed to be to really sort of peak. We had some strings that kind of danced around the place, I think like I Do as well, which were a bit more sort of bumpy and excited and energetic to be there. And ultimately the strings were very sort of aware of their purpose in the frequency spectrum. And you also had some of the low parts more being sort of plucked, like the double basses or the cellos, etc., to sort of add a bit sort of a symmetry with the different parts of the string sections themselves. The bass lines, there were typically these 808s and electric basses, and whatever we had, it was great. I mean, especially with track number 9, we had like fuzzy basses and some really prominent 808s. I think that in track number 13, I maintained the 808, and track number 13 was a bit loud for me, but I still appreciate how sort of bombastic it was. And I think that it was, it wasn't bombastic, it was solid. Just maybe a bit loud, kind of a bit awkward in his entrance, but otherwise sat well when everything else came in. And it's cool. It's cool. Yeah. I just think that whenever we had basses, they typically worked well with the root notes, and I never felt kind of alienated by it. Hang on. I just realized that like the day has turned out there, it's starting to get dark, you know. So it's because again it's been 3.5 hours. So the basses typically were respectful of the root notes within the chord progressions, and they were great alongside the drums and had a great sort of sense of cohesion with those, either rhythmically or knowing when to be absent to allow some of the sub-layer drum or sort of guitar elements or any of the string sections to have their presence. The drums, dude, we could sit here talking for so long about the drums. I'll admit, for the vast majority of the album, I was absolutely stoked and blown away by it. Near the end of it, I started to see a few patterns that were like, okay, no, this is good. We're clearly in a safe space, for example, with our trap drums, our mixture of sort of like tight kicks and claps and snares and clicks and everything like that. We understand the range of quiet clicks to claps for a sense of camaraderie and sort of like connection, all the way to the full body snares and kind of these reverb tails that make them linger in the mix. We've got some tom fills as well in a wide variety of these tracks. I like the transfers that are done with the percussion. Generally, the electronic elements are very good. I got nothing but love for the fact that we are comfortable in our own skin with these kind of trappish hip hop elements there that have kind of been a constant for at least a lot of the music I've heard from Jay Chou, as well as modern music production and in general nowadays. You know, even with the country stuff, it makes a lot of sense now with what's been happening in the industry with that regard. And then the electric bass that we had was explorative when it needed to be. Great in songs like the first one, as well as in Your Highness, where like we just needed a more kind of analog, kind of like live tone to it. The band was nice and sort of like reflective of what was required to sort of like play the root notes, but also explored the fretboard a little bit. Went for those notes within the minors or diatonics there. And effectively, yeah, we had sub drops as well, but there was never an issue with the bass. I feel typically things were well rounded. When the bass wasn't there, you noticed things floated, and then the bass just kind of smacked you down a little bit. Although usually it was with love. I also should note with the string sections, I didn't mention like the suo, the erhu. I thought the erhu, in, if I'm not mistaken, in track number 4 was absolutely phenomenal. I love the use of the more traditional textures as well as the plucks and other sort of symbol and interesting elements there, simply to provide a more traditional feel on top of the modern production techniques. I just think it's great. I know it's not the first time that Jay's done it, but just to kind of, especially with that kind of operatic style of vocal he had in that point, it was just nice to have everything kind of come full center and show that he can be true to his roots, as well as exploring a wide variety of other genres as well. Like he's very attentive to what each sound requires and is a purist in that response, I think. at least for the most part. But yeah, the string sections typically across the album were fantastic. The keys, we had a mixture of key solos. Some of them were relatively restrained and minimalist, with just triads played, and they're relatively filtered out. Other tracks, like you had, again, Your Highness, where he does this phenomenal piano solo with the honky tonks, and it's just crazy technically intricate. Very, very polished pianist. I already knew that before going into this, how good Jay Chou was. But just to get that clean on the keys, especially in a live recording environment, just shows his prowess, his proficiency. And it's just great to hear a musician who can not only do whatever he does on a microphone and compose tracks, again, like the first track, etc., but also be able to play like that on another instrument. He's the full package. And I just adore it. And especially on a track where he's got his daughter, he just wants to show his daughter how well he can play. It's really cool. And you got the playfulness of the daughter kind of bopping along to it and stuff as well. It's neat, man. So basically he knows when to pocket, as per a lot of other situations in this album where they pocket their instruments despite knowing how to play incredibly well. But when he gets that chance to sort of pop off, he does. He nails it. And he understands how to work really neatly alongside any of the existing guitar harmonies or arpeggios or melodies, any of the bass lines, etc., any of the string sections. And it's also the use of like the pads and the kind of mistier elements in songs like Aurora in July there, where it's more kind of fluffy and airy and kind of spooky sounding. It's just knowing how to express a texture in a way that is appropriate as well to get the sounds you want in post, as well as from a compositional perspective. Again, there's probably instrumental parts I haven't mentioned that I do like. Oh, just for while I remember, just in terms of percussion, having the sort of the acoustic snares in unpredictable, unexpected places was kind of neat as well. There was like a snare drum or kind of a military drum thing where I wasn't expecting it, was really cool. The acoustic drum tones, just the double kicks and the variety of different sort of like 8th quarter, 16th and sort of triplet, the fills and the toms, especially in track number 1, were voracious. I love the heaviness of those. You needed that kind of feel to it to really pop off with that, which we did in spades and droves. And you just, I wouldn't have expected it. It's kind of like the middle track I've kind of wanted from Jay Chou ever since I started reviewing his work. I just wanted him to fully commit to the bit. And just having double kick in there just kind of clinched it for me. He might have had double kick in other tracks, but he really wanted to make a heavy sounding track with that one. It's just awesome. Working the entire kit, hi-hats, crashes, rides, example, like, as well as other sort of like percussion, as well, a lot of percussion other parts as well. It's just very good. Great use of the shakers as well in the Christmas song, even though I wasn't necessarily a massive fan of everything within it. Nice to have the bells, etc. Really good. As well as in tracks like, Saint. As well as the percussion, the gun solo that we had in that bit rhythmically as well was very, very cool. The brass, special mentions to the brass and My Daughter Your Highness. Just great sort of like affectation and expression to those as well. Nice and bright within the frequency spectrum and stereo field. Wonderful to have that kind of glow to it. Resonated neatly alongside everything else. The use of the Eagle Foley and the Gold Rush Town as well was really cool. I dig the way that was sort of like put across as like an atmospheric response. And there's lots of other sort of like atmospheric experimental textures that are put forward as well. Like just even like instruments we've already spoken about, like the tremolo picked kind of like guitar, or the Suona, like the peeper and stuff like that. Like these little sub layers there to kind of give depth to a piece. The turntablism that we had in the first track as well was really dope. What am I missing? Harpsichord, I think in the AGNC, if I'm not mistaken, as well as a nice sort of upper layer thing. And there's some cuter elements to it as well. But ultimately, yeah, that's as much as I remember without checking through the tracks again. I don't think I've done badly. Those are the main elements anyways. Just a lot to absorb, even in a per track thing. Thematically, typically things either were happy or sad or extended with some of the lo-fi, more sort of nuanced elements there. There were some cool sort of dominant 7th and major minor 7th elements there in certain tracks, such as, again, Your Highness. as well as Aurora in the Sky, and there's some even some of those tracks which aren't necessarily as musically interesting to me. They still had an unconventional chord which kind of added a bit of tension there before we resolved. It's not necessarily the most elegant, interesting, or original way of approaching things like that, but nonetheless, it's still effective, and it makes it less kind of predictable, despite how palatable it is. What do I want to say here outside of that, though? Yeah, thematically, I think that the coolest thing for me was the melancholy that we discussed, or the kind of the calm, chilled nature of Aurora in July. Just being able to have a sense of serenity within that. It might have been tracks we've had previously, but I can just tell that Jay had an idea in his mind, and he didn't want to sort of feel the need to really sort of reach out to people and tap them on the shoulder and be like, you should think this. He really tried to paint a picture with the music. And I just like that we took some risks in here texturally, especially, again, as I've said enough, I cannot overstate this. The fact that we put Children of the Sun first, when it's antithetical to a lot of music I've heard from Jay Chou, it's just a bold move. But yeah, thematically, it makes a lot of sense. The performances across the album were typically nice and tight, no notes out of place. Nice and loud with that. No, that's production space. Studio recording, mixing, mastering. Basically, for my part, for the most part, flawless across the board. There was occasional things I was like, could we have had less sort of tuning on Gary Young's vocals and like that part there in the Christmas song? It just seemed like it was a bit sort of tuned. That like the notes are a little bit too synthetic in this approach. But Jay's vocals, for the most part, nice and present in the mix, regardless if he was doing sort of a meta-tune, sort of like filtered stuff, regardless if it was like the kind of the phone call kind of filtering at the start of the day it rained, whether he was rapping or there was vocal fry or there's double chanting or there was stuff going around the stereo field there. It just had so much life to it. The guitar, bass, drums, keys, piano, brass, strings, alternate percussion, the banjos, the Foley, etc. It was all really well positioned within the stereo field. Music surrounded you in the headphones. There was one song, I think it was Aurora, where his vocals had this kind of misty ambient feel with the reverbs and delays on this side. Then they went to that side, you know? Just wondrous, dude. A wondrous experience with that one. So serene. But just the sound design decisions were really cool in regards to the panning and EQing of things. There was production dynamic range, things weren't squeezed in post, even though, again, I wasn't like, it was just the 808, I think, in the 13th track, which was could have been like a little bit quieter in post, and even then it came okay through with everything. They just wanted a bass track. It's fine. They wanted a bassy song. It's fine. Ultimately, the brass as well. I didn't mention the brass in the first track, the kind of what it was mourning. It's just really cool, really quickly, how an instrument can indicate something without you needing to be told something. The trumpet that you had in Children of the Sun when the person in the video was dead. The funeral procession for it. Jay didn't need to say a word. It told the story for you. And I have to give credit to Jay for, again, the sound design of the bullets, as well as the eagle, you know, in Gold Rush Town. Also including the different tone to the daughter in My Daughter, Your Highness there to show that they're not in the same room as him, but they're having a conversation with each other. It's just wonderful things, dude. So ultimately, I think the sound design decisions, the recording general process, great. If there was a live band in My Daughter, Your Highness, they smashed it, dude. Smashed it out of the park. They can play their instruments and they can produce their instruments. Nice and loud without pumping, bus compression, limiting is handled. And I think in general, again, I mentioned this, Jay's vocals, they weren't overproduced. He sounds great in this album. We can agree to disagree on his vocal quality in regard to his earlier work, but I personally really appreciate what we tried to do with this album. I've got no real complaints about that. In terms of applicable constructive critique, ultimately for me, I'm glad I listened through this. I felt a weird sense of loss with the previous album, not least because at the moment I'm really struggling to remember Jay's previous album. And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense, and I'm not trying to stir stuff. I just literally don't remember it that well. But there are tracks within this album that are distinctive to me that I feel I'll remember for a while to come, in the same way that there have been previous albums of Jay's where there have been songs that I have remembered because they've either made me feel a certain way or they've just been really cool. And I appreciate that. I think that Jay's at a level where it's difficult to really critique him on fundamentals. I think that it's stylistic, and you've got to trust that Jay has a vision for this kind of stuff alongside the people he works with. I just think that this has been a worthwhile experience. I'm thankful to have had the pleasure of reviewing all 16 of his albums, including this one. And I wish Jay Chou the best of luck in future with his musical endeavors. I'm just going to check out chat before we sign off, because we're about done. I think it's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours, guys. I think it's time for us to sign off in a moment. But yeah, I've had a good time. Hopefully you guys have had a good time too. Thank you, all of you, for coming along. I appreciate it. I'm glad people like different tracks throughout this. Sometimes you have albums and people only like one track, but it's good that people like multiple tracks, like Jackers, you know? Yeah. The song was released, yeah. Oh, here we are. And hello to who we have here. We have Lin Xiuping. Welcome, Lin Xiuping. Welcome to the live stream. Hopefully you're well. Sup Real 0094. Hopefully you're well as well. Glad that JB Yang loved the album. Fair as well. I understand there'll be some people that you know, subjective. I don't hate it, but personally, I'd only put it above greatest work of art and below everything else. That's a hard take for me to take. Like, I respect it. I don't know. I do quite like this album. I put it at least middle out of the ones I've heard, which is miles better than Taylor Swift's latest album. I'm not going to talk about Taylor Swift in this one. I'll get myself in trouble. This album feels like a love letter to music with all of the different instrumental aspects. I resonate with that personally. I think it is a love. I think he's really tried to do some cool stuff. That is why I'll sort of go with people talking about this feeling like 12+1. I do feel that the Christmas song is a bit kind of different. It's definitely produced differently, but nonetheless, you know, full respect for trying to find a home for it. It's all good. I do feel it's a better finish to the album. Just with the little belter at the end than Jay Chou. Because Christmas is at the end of the year. So it's like the end of the album, right? 8 years of Anna J. From Prince Jay Chou. Nice. 21 years for La Chow Sal. Damn, dude. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Yeah, so Jay did post. I wonder what Jay would think of this. Me, like, us listening through his album for 4 hours. I wonder what he's going to think of the full review if he watches it. It'd be good to hear his thoughts. I don't know. It's just I appreciate him checking out the review. I genuinely do. I don't take it for granted. I just don't really know how to process someone at Jay's scale looking at something I'm doing. You know, as someone doing this kind of stuff. You know, I appreciate it. Jay Chou is your favorite, Jimmy Shu? Hell yeah. I appreciate why people like Jay Chou so much. He loves his music, to be fair, he does. Aurora in July. Will I see you live again soon? Yeah, I'll be back next weekend, but it's not going to be Jay Chou, it's going to be Metallica. I really want to review the album that Metallica did with Lou Reed, so it'll be next weekend. So I can't guarantee I'll have the audience we had today, which is totally fine, because when you do music reviews on YouTube, it's very much artist specific a lot of the time, unless you're super charismatic. And I know I'm not super charismatic, but I love my music. So if you do want to come along to that and hang out, it'd be good to see you. I'm glad you had a great time. Hi, PTQ. Thank you for coming along. I appreciate it. Thank you, La Chelsea. I appreciate it. Thank you for the feedback. I was kind of nervous about this one because I just wanted to do a good job. But I feel like I handled myself well with my water and my coffee today. We were well measured throughout. It's good. Just went to listen to his first few albums and wash my ears after listening to his album. Yeah, I hear you. I think the thing, just before we finish up, because I'm going to, thank you, Real0094, I appreciate it. I think the thing to remember is that people are going to have expectations with this album. The mistake I used to make, and I acknowledge this now, and this is something I've learned getting older, is that you expect more from people, because I had this kind of weird viewpoint that people should make better music the more they know. When in reality, just knowing more doesn't make your music better. Sometimes it can even be antithetical, because it can become too sort of pretentious or overcomplicated. So I really appreciate the the people having expectations, wanting things to be better because they're having more time with that thing. I also understand that there was the way that it was loaded in, and there were like things, there were like, you know, like teasers, or like, you know, I just hope we find joy in the music regardless. I, for one, have enjoyed my time today. The only thing, I just wish that the 13th track had been more objectively Christmassy, but it's because I love Christmas. So it's purely a subjective thing. But yeah, I'm going to sign off now. Thank you for watching my review of this album from an act named Jay Chou, titled Children of the Sun, right? Because I've got the titles here. I'm not sure I'm not sure how to read this. Put the art up on the screen there. So you can just, there you go, got the art up on the screen there. Yeah. Thank you for watching my review of this album from Jay. It's got the art up. It's got the name there. You can see the name on the album. Children of the Sun by Jay Chou. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, please go show them some love via their various social medias and their Spotify page, and stay cool, and stay, as well as their YouTube and their Instagram page. And stay cool and stay safe, and please remember to support your local musicians and artists at this point in time, as need the help more than ever with all the crazy stuff going on in the world. Once again, thank you to all of you for coming along to this live stream. It's been good to share it with people and talk about it. I appreciate you guys have taught me a lot about it, and I'll stay cool and see you in the next live stream, I suppose. Stay cool, Shredders. Spider hands out. You all have a great weekend too. 3, 2, 1.